Chapter 782. Everyone's face changed when they heard that. Although they didn't study, the names of these people were as famous as the emperor. If this spread out, wouldn't they be stabbed in the back? At the thought of this, everyone scattered in an instant. Cheng Chumo and the others also prostrated themselves in admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Zhong Feng just pursed his lips. What are you waiting for? Get lost and wait for me. I'll teach you a lesson later. I don't want you to be so idle that you can't even handle such a small thing. You're Zhong Feng's brothers. Shame on you. Cheng Chumo and Zhong Sun looked at each other and ran away in an instant. Zhong Feng took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and forcefully squeezed out a wisp of a smile before entering the bamboo house. As soon as he entered, Zhong Feng hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry. Nice to meet you, Mr. Divine Doctor. Haha, young friend, please sit down. Don't be so polite." Sun Simiao stroked his beard and laughed, pointing to a stool on the side. Zhong Feng sat down under the supercilious eyes of Yu Shinan and others. He automatically ignored the supercilious eyes of Yu Shinan and others. "Boy, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Before Zhong Feng could sit down properly, Xueji looked at Zhong Feng and asked with a faint smile. Zhong Feng knew that these guys were going to ask this. He cupped his fists and said with a wry smile, "Oh, Mr. Sitong, you've wronged me. You don't know. I just finished dealing with old Wei and others. How could I have time to come here?" Xueji said with a meaningful "oh" and then said, "So, these people are really loyal to you. How did you do it?" Zhong Feng was confused. What else was there? After thinking about it, Zhong Feng said, "Maybe they were all attracted by my handsomeness." The people who were really listening were petrified. What kind of answer was that? Ahem, kid, what's with your attitude? As a great Confucian scholar, you have to have the attitude of a great Confucian scholar. We agreed to come here this time because we want to find a place to retire. By the way, you have too many bad habits. We have to get rid of them for you. Look. You're finally showing your true colors, aren't you? Zhong Feng wanted to see what these old foxes were up to. From the moment he came up the mountain, he knew that these people were up to something. Although it looked like they were after paper, this was only one of their motives. Zhong Feng really did not know the real motive. At this moment, Yu Shinan stood up and walked over to Zhong Feng. He put away the smile on his face and stared at Zhong Feng solemnly. At this moment, Ouyang Zun, Chu Suiliang, and the others also stood up and stared at Zhong Feng with solemn expressions. Zhong Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. Kid, although you were jointly recommended by the four of us to become a great Confucian scholar, you also know that the condition for becoming a great Confucian scholar is to write your own book. Let's not talk about this for now. Your poetry collection can withstand the praise of all the scholars in the world. However, there are still more than 20 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Looking at your academy, it's about time. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it will officially open. So since you call us teachers, we will express your sincerity. Although I don't know if you know the danger behind paper, the old man still has to say one thing. You must win the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, and this is also decided by us old guys. As long as you have the title of Great Confucian, there will naturally be no trouble for other things. You understand? If Zhong Feng still did not understand, then he was really a fool. He hurriedly stood up, and after a student's salute, he said seriously, "This student will follow teacher's instructions." Good. You are a promising student. Yu Shinan nodded, and said with his hands behind his back, "Do you know why everyone has a nameplate?" Nameplate. Zhong Feng really did not know this. He only knew that all literati like to give themselves a name, which was a pen name or the title of a book in the future. However, as for why some people's real names could not be remembered by others, but their pen names, he did not know. Forgive this student for being stupid, but I really did not know this. Zhong Feng hurriedly asked. Yu Shinan looked out of the window and said, "Old man does not know when this rule started, but it has become an unwritten rule. Since you have entered the civil service, then you must have a name plate. Did no one remind you of this before? Even your brother Laro Li did not mention it." "No. Zhong Feng honestly shook his head. In fact, he had thought of the name before, such as cool and awesome, he had thought of it before, but until now, he really did not think of a suitable one. This student has thought of this before, but because I was too busy, I forgot about it. Zhong Feng answered truthfully. The main thing was that the name he thought of was either too avant-garde or too hard to pronounce. He was also very troubled. So he simply threw this problem to Yu Shinan and the others. Since they said so, they must have thought about it long ago. Sure enough, after hearing Zhong Feng's words, they looked at each other and smiled. Then Yu Shinan slowly sighed and said, "Ridiculous, you actually forgot such an important thing. All right. Since you have become our disciple today, then Old Man and the others will help you with this matter." What should I call it? Yu Shinan pretended to ponder and patted his forehead, then said, "Since you made your fortune in the tavern, and you are from Phoenix Ridge, and your name is Zhong Feng, then in this case, we will call it." Zhong Feng's pupils instantly shrank, and he exclaimed, "Don't tell me it's Shifeng?" Chapter 783. West Phoenix. Once the name was decided, it would be better to call it Young Phoenix. It was simply too embarrassing. Just when Zhong Feng looked nervous, Yu Shinan said with a smile, "In fact, we have just discussed it with Dr. Sunday. Your nameplate will be called Wine Immortal. What do you think?" Wine Immortal. Zhong Feng was dizzy. He actually thought about this name when he brewed the liquor, but he was afraid that the name was too stiff. It was not good to be too ostentatious. Yu Shinan seemed to have noticed something as well. He smiled and said, "I've heard that the few times you've composed poems, they were all when you were drunk. Moreover, the baijiu you've brewed is worthy of this name. Perhaps in less than 20 days, your baijiu will be released. If you use this name, no one will dare to say anything, unless they don't want to drink baijiu anymore, but at least the few of us will be reluctant to give up this liquor. Ha ha ha." Yu Shinan and the others laughed as they spoke. In ancient times, there was wine god Du Kang. Today, there is wine immortal Zhong Feng. Moreover, you can not only brew beer or liquor, but the most important thing is that you can write poems. Who dares to say that you can write hundreds of poems while drunk? Who can compare to you? Sun Simiao couldn't help but sigh. That night, it was the first time that Old Man saw someone who was full of ideas. It was as if he had entered another level of advancement. To be able to sing in a state of selflessness, there must be at least 100 poems. This kind of thing is simply unprecedented. I'm afraid it will never happen again in the future, right? The most important thing is that this old man has thought about it carefully, and then deliberated with Brother Bo Shua and the others. Not only are these poems not repeated, but each poem is also a peerless work. Therefore, with this card, you are worthy of the title of Wine Immortal. It's settled, Wine Immortal. Old Man educates people all his life. To be able to accept a Wine Immortal as a disciple at the end of his life is also the glory of my life. Yu Shinan. Ha ha ha, it's extremely true. It was decided just like that. Zhong Feng stared blankly at the old men who were so excited that they went crazy. It was decided just like that. Haven't you ever considered my feelings? Teacher, can I not have such a flashy signboard? Yu Shinan glanced at Zhong Feng. No, don't you think what you're doing now is not ostentatious enough? Look at your distinctionless education, the white paper, the white wine, and so on. Even the buildings of the academy are like a fairyland. Tell me, which part of you is not ostentatious? Why don't you tell us? Zhong Feng thought. He was really stunned. None of them could be thought of by modern people. However, this also reminded him that it was not good to be too ostentatious. He swore in his heart that at this moment, everyone on the mountain was his. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take even half a step down the mountain. This crisis made him feel a trace of hostility. For example, the immortal ointment given to him. If it wasn't incited by others, he would simply twist his own head off. All right, since teacher has decided, then student will naturally accept it. Zhong Feng wrote down this word unhappily. After Yu Shinan and the others finished talking about this matter, they reminded him again, you have to prepare well for the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. It's not only the time for you to win in one fell swoop, but also the time for you to gain the title of Great Confucian, as well as your immortal wine signboard. There's a good saying, one needs to be strong to forge iron. You should think about it carefully. After Yu Shanan finished speaking, he waved his hand at Zhong Feng as if he was driving away a fly. This made Zhong Feng somewhat depressed. He clasped his hands and left resentfully. However, when he dared to walk to the door, Yu Shanan said again, "By the way, before tonight, the old man wants to see your residence. Student will naturally prepare well." As Zhong Feng spoke, he walked out of the room gloomily. As soon as he walked out of the door, Zhong Feng saw Jiao Khan poking his head out to look around. He couldn't help but waved his hand and said, "Go and tell Ganji Yuan that before nightfall, let's hurry up and prepare a residence for the 4 great Confucians. Everything else can be pushed back. It's already being prepared." Jiao Khan said as if his words were gold. When Zhong Feng heard this, he didn't say anything and turned around to walk towards the small wooden house. As he walked, he looked at the sun that was a little to the west and sighed. "Teacher, here's your stick." At this moment, just as Zhong Feng was sighing with emotion, Jiao Khan took out the self-made cigar that Zhong Feng had been holding in his arms. He didn't know when he dropped it, but he passed it to him. When Zhong Feng saw this, he was overjoyed. At this time, having a cigarette was simply too blissful. "Not bad, you're not bad. When I teach later, you can also sit in." When Jiao Khan heard this, his face instantly turned red. Zhong Feng hurriedly said, "Okay, let's not talk about anything else. Did you bring a lighter?" "Yes, I did." "Hiss, who?" He lit up the tobacco and took a deep breath of the long-lost smell. In an instant, Zhong Feng coughed violently. Only then did he remember that this was a damn tobacco. He choked so much that his snot and tears ran out at the same time. When Jiao Khan saw this, his expression changed instantly. He wanted to go forward and snatch the cigar from Zhong Feng's hand. At the same time, he shouted in horror and anger, "Which shameless thief dares to poison teacher?" Chapter 784. This roar was like a muffled thunder. Coupled with Jiao Khan's rough and straightforward voice full of anger, Yu Shanan and the others who were closest to him were shocked. After being stunned for a moment, Sun Simiao's face changed greatly. He hurriedly took the medicine box and said, "Follow me to have a look." Immediately, the 5 of them angrily rushed out of the bamboo house. Not only here, but at the edge of the construction site less than 1,000 steps away, Ganji Yuan was also stunned when he was instructing people to carry bamboo and other things to the waterfall. Then he turned around and saw Zhong Feng kneeling on the ground with his hand on his chest. His face changed dramatically. He roared in a shrill voice, "Come, quickly protect the dean. The dean has been secretly harmed and poisoned." If the first roar made everyone confused, then the second roar changed the meaning. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They hurriedly picked up the things in their hands and rushed to Zhong Feng without caring about anything else. Some people even cried when they saw Zhong Feng's uncomfortable appearance. At this time, with these 2 roars, Zhong Feng also slowly took a breath. He hurriedly covered Jiao Khan's mouth and shouted, "Nonsense! Lao Tzu is not poisoned." As he said, Zhong Feng hurriedly shouted to the distance, "I'm not poisoned. There are no thieves. Go back to what you're supposed to do." However, everyone saw that Zhong Feng was squatting on the ground in pain just now. Moreover, Zhong Feng was holding something with smoke in his hand. This made everyone think that Zhong Feng was just comforting them. Their eyes turned red and they still rushed here. What made Zhong Feng even more confused was that at this time, the 5 old men led by Sun Simiao rushed to Zhong Feng with frosty faces. Sun Simiao didn't care about anything else. As soon as he came, Sun Simiao grabbed Zhong Feng's wrist. At the same time, he said, "What are you waiting for? Throw this thing as far away as you can. Quickly lie down, this old man will perform acupuncture on you." Zhong Feng's face darkened when he heard that. "Why don't you diagnose me first? You're already giving me acupuncture?" When everyone saw that Dr. Sun was diagnosing Zhong Feng, they didn't dare to make any noise. They formed a circle and surrounded Zhong Feng. On the other side, when the Jinwu guards, who were in charge of protecting Zhong Feng as well as the safety of the people on the mountain, heard this loud shout, Some of them instantly flashed the weapons on their waists and stared fixedly at everyone with their devouring eyes. They slowly surrounded Xiao Chen. Then, even more golden guards blew special whistles that echoed throughout Xiao Mountain. A moment later, the entire Pyrolite Mountain was filled with such whistles. Whether it was the people at the construction site or those hiding in the mountains, their expressions changed drastically at this time. They all drew their modao and were on guard. As for Li Chengqian's personal bodyguard, when he heard the whistle, he used the whistle to hurriedly ask a few questions. After that, his expression changed greatly and he abruptly rushed into Zhong Feng's room, not caring about anything else. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, young Master Zhong Feng was attacked." "What?" Hearing this, several people turned pale with fright. Li Chengqian asked with a pale face, "Tell me, what's going on? Are all of you incompetent? What's wrong with Fengzi?" "I don't know. What we know at present is that young Master Zhong Feng seems to have been poisoned. Dr. Sun is diagnosing him. Let's go. Chumo, light the beacons quickly and summon the garrison to surround Xiao Mountain. Don't let even a fly go." Yes. At this time, no one cared about hiding their identity. Whether it was true or not, if the news of Fengzi being attacked was spread out, it would be a big deal. If the emperor was angry, none of them would have an easy time, not to mention that he was the crown prince. How could they dare to delay? Cheng Chumo shouted angrily and rushed out of the door with Wei Shuyu. Li Chengqian, Du Go, Zhong Sun, and Chong did not dare to delay for a moment. They hurriedly followed the leader of the Jinwu guards and rushed to the place where Zhong Feng was attacked. While running, Li Chengqian stared at the place where Zhong Feng was and prayed secretly in his heart, as well as the people who hurried to Zhong Feng's place after hearing the news. "Brat, you've got to be kidding me. Please don't let anything happen to him." Today, at the foot of the mountain, the person in Tonghui Square had already handed over the thing that Zhong Feng asked them to. They had also studied it for a long time, although they did not know what it was. But from the serious expression on Zhong Feng's face when that person described it, they knew that it was not something good. After learning that it was deliberately given to Zhong Feng by someone, Li Chengqian was angry. After finding someone to torture that person, he found out that this thing was a kind of thing called immortal ointment. Although that person did not know what it was, someone had indeed arranged for him to deliver it to Zhong Feng. He was a black-clothed merchant from the Abbasid Caliphate. But because the journey was long, he wanted to get some rare items back from Chang'an. Thus, he encountered a group of people, while his thoughts were running wild. Li Chengqian and the others also rushed into the impenetrable crowd. After squeezing through the crowd, Li Chengqian's face paled. Without caring about anything else, Li Chengqian asked, "Divine Dr. Sun, what happened to Fengzi?" Chapter 785. Sun Simiao had a very strange expression on his face. Sometimes he was frowning, sometimes he was deep in thought. Hearing Li Chengqian's question, Sun Simiao waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. Then he stared at Zhong Feng, opened his eyelids, and pulled out Zhong Feng's mouth. Regardless of whether Zhong Feng was willing or not, Sun Simiao directly pulled out his tongue for a look. "Young friend Zhong Feng, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Zhong Feng said gloomily, "I feel uncomfortable from all of you pressing down on me. There's nothing else." "No." Sun Simiao pressed down on Zhong Feng's chest and asked, "Does it hurt?" How could Zhong Feng not feel pain after being pressed like this? He had just inhaled a large mouthful of tobacco, and now his lungs felt like they were on fire. Now that he was pressed down, the pain made Zhong Feng grit his teeth. "Brother Sun, what's wrong with him?" Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said, "Young friend, I don't know who poisoned him. This kind of poison is rarely seen in old man. It seems that the person who came is not simple. What kind of poison was he poisoned with?" Everyone's expression changed greatly. Li Chengqian hurriedly asked. Sun Simiao sighed and said, "His pulse is stable and strong, and his heart is normal. However, his chest and lungs seem to be poisoned. This is either snake venom or poison from beyond the Great Wall." Hearing this, Li Chengqian's expression suddenly changed. "I understand. Today, Fengzi sent someone to give me something called immortal ointment. I heard that someone deliberately sent it to Fengzi, And that person came from the Abbasid Caliphate. Could it be that the grass that Fongzi brought back from a returning merchant is also highly poisonous? At this moment, everyone suddenly understood everything. Quickly bring that grass over. Sun Simiao's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly said. But when he turned around and saw the still smoking cigar not far away, he trembled, covered his mouth and nose, and hurriedly picked it up and handed it to Dr. Sunday. Don't look, this is not poison. I already said, this is not poison. This is a good thing, really. When I get it out, you can. Nonsense. Yu Shanan and the others said with a cold face. Does Elder Sun know more, or do you know more about this grass? Lie down and let Old Sun see what this is. This thing. Sun Simiao was also puzzled. He sniffed, but other than the smell of someone being snatched, there was nothing else. However, when he sniffed, he felt a little dizzy, and his expression changed greatly. Sun Simiao took another deep puff of the cigarette and savored it. No one dared to be careless. He waited cautiously. Zhong Feng was too lazy to explain anything to these people. In any case, it would be troublesome to explain, so he might as well let Dr. Sun diagnose his body and treat it as a physical examination. This matter is. It was just a small matter. Was there a need to mobilize so many people? If he became famous in the future, wouldn't these people set up a platform for him to worship? Zhong Feng was speechless. He simply closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At this moment, Sun Simiao was also somewhat shocked. Although he had not tasted all of the herbs, he did not notice anything unusual when he entered the shop with only a puff of smoke. Sun Simiao simply tore a small piece of tobacco from the cigar and put it into his mouth to slowly chew. At first, it was spicy and piercing, but after a while, it was bitter and unbearable. It could be considered a poison, but he did not know how poisonous it was. In the end, he didn't care anymore. After chewing again, Sun Simiao swallowed it. After feeling it again, Sun Simiao suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Li Chengqian, Yu Shanan, and the others hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Sun Simiao glanced at Zhong Feng. Then, he looked at the others and sighed. "Forgive me for my stupidity. I still don't know what this thing is, but now, there is only one way to verify what kind of poison Zhong Feng is poisoned with. Young Master Li Gan, are you sure you got this poisonous herb from the returning merchant?" Li Gan nodded and said, "Indeed. Although I was not present at the time, the people in Tonghui Lane saw it with their own eyes." "Good. Old man can say that this thing is not a product of the Tang dynasty. In other words, it is a foreign item. Therefore, we can only test it with acupuncture now." When Zhong Feng heard about acupuncture, he immediately opened his eyes. "Elder Sun, I'm really fine." "Nonsense. Are you a doctor or is Elder Sun a doctor? As a dean, you should be responsible for everyone. Now that everyone is watching, do you want everyone to worry about you?" Yu Shanan scolded. When Zhong Feng heard that, he could only shrink his head. However, when he turned to look at Sun Simiao's so-called needles, his whole body could not help but spasm. He saw that on top of a small stove in Sun Simiao's hand, there were silver needles that were as long as chopsticks but slightly thinner than chopsticks. It was so stimulating that Zhong Feng could not help but scream. "No. Elder Sun, you are a great benefactor. Can you spare me? I just choked on the smoke. It's really not a big deal. Elder Sun, why don't you let me go and let me do a somersault for you? I'm really fine." Oh. Chapter 786. Zhong Feng didn't expect this either. A dignified dean had actually suffered such a great humiliation today. He was stripped naked in front of everyone, and then his body was pricked like a hedgehog. Even now, he had been carried back by Li Chengqian and the others for 2 hours, but Zhong Feng still felt bursts of pain in his stomach, legs, and back. This was simply a sad thing. Especially after seeing Sun Simiao's solemn face and the laughter of Yu Shanan and the others as they left, Zhong Feng really wanted to faint. It was so embarrassing. Lying on the bed, Zhong Feng glared at Gao Khan angrily. "Tell me, did you do it on purpose today?" Gao Khan was also somewhat baffled. But he also felt a little guilty. "Dean, I didn't do it because you were bullied a few times before. Didn't you do it with these people early this morning? I thought they were up to no good. Up to no good. This principal was just messing around with them. What's more, this thing wasn't poisoned. Come, where are my cigarettes? Did you bring them back? Zhong Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch someone, but when he moved, his whole body hurt. He just waved his hand angrily. Seeing Zhong Feng like this, Jiao Khan felt even more ashamed. After wiping his body, he remembered and said, "That thing was taken away by Dr. Sun, go. There are some on the table outside. Give me 2. Today, Lao Tzu is going to poison you to death." Zhong Feng was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He had the urge to chase this guy down the mountain. Zhong Feng was very suspicious whether this guy was the famous General Jiao Khan recorded in the history of later generations. This guy was simply an idiot who couldn't even be bothered to look at the situation. I'm coming. When he was really thinking about whether to drive him away or send him away, Jiao Khan hurried in with 2 big cigars. It was as if he had caught 2 poisonous snakes. Zhong Feng speechlessly snatched the cigar from Jiao Khan's hand and lit it. This time, he carefully took a puff. Instantly, the strong taste of tobacco swirled in his mouth. That feeling made Zhong Feng moan involuntarily. Although the taste was a little strong, this was the mother ***'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' After Zhong Feng took a few puffs, his head felt a little dizzy. He looked at the nervous Jiao Khan and pointed at the oil lamp with the hand holding the cigarette. Look at Lao Tzu now. Is there anything wrong? Jiao Khan shook his head vigorously. Then, light it up. I'll give you your first lesson today. When Jiao Khan heard that Zhong Feng was going to give him his first lesson, he was excited. He imitated Zhong Feng and put the end of the cigar in his mouth. Then, he moved closer to the light and carefully sucked. At first, he felt like he was being burned by smoke. He was a little puzzled. However, he saw Zhong Feng deliberately take a puff and then swallow the whole cigarette into his stomach with his mouth open. Then, he gestured to him. Jiao Khan did the same. He took a big puff. In an instant, his black face suddenly turned dark purple. Then, he coughed violently. Cough, 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 cough. In an instant, Jiao Khan was no different from Zhong Feng gang. In fact, Jiao Khan even surpassed him. He hugged his stomach, squatted on the ground, and curled up like a shrimp. Now, do you know what's going on? Zhong Feng sat up with a smile. However, the intense pain in his body caused Zhong Feng to grimace in pain. Now you know what kind of person this thing is, right? Now, do you still dare to say anything? This is my first lesson. Today's lesson is called Society's Vicious Beating. You must finish this cigarette today. If you don't, I'll deduct your credits this semester. Jiao Khan's eyes turned green when he heard this. He couldn't care less about coughing. He squatted in the corner and ate vigorously while crying. He didn't know how this kid felt now. However, Zhong Feng knew that a person who smoked for the first time must feel very uncomfortable, and he was taking big puffs of tobacco. Looking at Jiao Khan smoking, Zhong Feng felt very comfortable. The stuffiness just now seemed to dissipate a little. However, the smell of smoke in the room made him feel a little uncomfortable. He could only leave the bedroom. When he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Li Chengqian and the others staring at Zhong Feng with a strange expression. TSK, Feng, I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. You can even do that to Jiao Khan? Cheng Chumo said in a strange tone. Before he could finish, Zhong Feng glared at him and took the opportunity to sit on the recliner and smoke. The others also came over with a curious face. Looking at Zhong Feng smoking and then smelling the unpleasant smell in the air, they couldn't help but have a face full of question marks. Feng, what's this thing? Isn't this the thing that caused you to have an accident just now? Cheng Chumo leaned over to Zhong Feng and stared at Zhong Feng. Looking at Zhong Feng's face of enjoyment, Cheng Chumo was also tempted. After all, every time Zhong Feng made something, it was a first-class thing. Zhong Feng heard this and couldn't help but grin. Why, you want to have a bite too? Seeing Zhong Feng's cheeky smile, the alarm in everyone's heart suddenly rang. This guy is going to be a demon again. Chapter 787. Cough cough, Fengzi, let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it later. Li Chengqian hurriedly stepped forward. Although Li Chengqian didn't know why Zhongfeng had made a grass leaf so uncomfortable for the first time and now had a look of enjoyment on his face, this taste made Li Chengqian frown. Before Zhongfeng could say anything, Li Chengqian pointed at the immortal ointment on Zhongfeng's table and asked, "What is this? Why are you so afraid of it?" Li Chengqian's question made Zhongfeng's expression turn serious. He looked at the immortal ointment on the table and asked, "I just heard that you caught that person?" "Yes, I caught him, but I didn't get anything out of him. I just heard that someone gave this to him in Chang'an and told him to give it to you." Zhongfeng's face darkened when he heard this. It seemed that someone had really made a move on him. However, he didn't know if Dashi had made a move. Was it someone from Guanlong? Or a landowning family from Shandong? Or was it someone from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Or was it someone from the aristocratic families? Zhongfeng didn't know any of this. However, there was one thing that Zhongfeng knew. It was time to speed up the production of firearms. Once they had firearms on the mountain, they could further research pistols and bulletproof vests. With these, Zhongfeng felt an inexplicable sense of security. Li Chengqian, let me ask you. Have you seen this thing in Chang'an before? Li Chengqian thought carefully about the tributes he had received from various countries over the years, and then shook his head. "I haven't seen it before. This. I seem to have seen it once at the Turkic young Kagan's place." Wei Shuyu's hesitant voice immediately caught Zhongfeng's attention. He asked, "Tell me the details. Which young Kagan are you talking about?" Seeing Zhongfeng's serious expression, Wei Shuyu said without reservation, "That was before. Didn't the retired emperor celebrate his birthday? What about those people who lived in the Honglu temple? I met him at Yanglai restaurant when I was strolling around Chang'an. After hearing that I was Laro Li's subordinate, he became even more attentive. He even mysteriously gave me some of this stuff, saying that it was good stuff. But at that time, I still had things to do." "Oh right, it was to look for you, so I didn't use it." The more Wei Shuyu spoke, the more scared she became. After she finished speaking, her face could not help but exude a layer of cold sweat. "Fengzi, this thing, could it be some kind of poison? Alas. You're really lucky, kid. If you had used this thing back then, you'd be better off dead than alive. Not only would your life be in someone else's hands, but in less than a month, your family's property, as well as Laro Li's, would basically be handed over by you." When Wei Shuyu heard this, she could not help but be aghast. The expressions of Li Chengqian and the others also changed. "Fengzi, is what you said true? Then, isn't this the thing that eats people's minds?" Zhongfeng nodded with a serious expression. "That's why I said that this thing cannot be left. Now, I'll give you a task. You must pass this matter to your father as soon as possible and let him report it to the authorities. Immediately seize this thing. Don't ask why, you just need to know that I, Fengzi, will not harm you. Do you understand?" Although they didn't know if Zhongfeng was exaggerating, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts go numb when they looked at that pitch-black thing. Who would dare to test whether it was real or fake after knowing the effects of this thing? If something happened, wouldn't that be, "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for this matter. But I suspect that this is a trap." Li Chengqian covered his nose and frowned as he looked at the smoke in the room. "Could it be that you knew from the beginning?" "Yes." Zhongfeng confidently flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "Think about it, I'm the ancestor of scheming. This idiot gave you something that you've never seen before. As long as you're not crazy, you'll know that there's something wrong with this thing itself. So, do you think that I wouldn't know that they gave me this thing in front of me? Besides, I've seen this thing before. My master once brought back a little of this thing when he was traveling overseas. He wanted to tell me where the harm of this thing was. So, everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're my brothers, find out where this thing is and burn it. It's best if you can find the source. Even if it means slaughtering the entire city, you'll destroy the entire country. If you have connections, go buy a death row prisoner. Try it and you'll know how terrifying this thing is. The more they listened. Li Chengqian and the others felt that this thing was terrifying. Even someone like Zhong Feng dared to use words like slaughtering the entire city to describe the horror of this thing. One could only imagine how terrifying this thing was. Li Chengqian took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about this. When we found out that this person was up to no good, we've already informed Father. I believe that with Father's ability and Lord Jiangxuan's Ministry of Personnel, this thing will be found very quickly." Zhong Feng heard this and thought about it. That was true. It was good to have connections with people from the Ministry of Personnel. This matter could be considered solved. As for the death row prisoner, that was the most worthless thing in this era. As long as Laro Li wanted to get it, Zhongsun Wuji only needed to say a word. Thinking of this, Zhong Feng slowly took out a few cigars from a cabinet in the corner. He held the cigars in his mouth and handed one to each of them. Come, come, come. This is a rare treasure. Other than the immortal ointment, this is my biggest gain at the foot of the mountain today. Chapter 788. Hiss, puff. I say, Fengzi, how did you come up with this thing? Cough, cough, cough. Although it's a little choking, this thing is really King cool. It's more exciting than drinking wine. I've only eaten it for a while, but I'm already dizzy and flustered. Yeah, but it's true. This thing is really strong. Now that there's no wine, this thing can be made do. But Fengzi, this thing, what are you going to do with it? It's really exciting. After an hour, in Zhong Feng's living room, a few people were sprawled out on all fours. They were smoking fiercely while looking at the room that was gradually becoming smoky. They could not help but feel playful. It was as if they wanted to see if this thing could fill up the entire room. Then, wouldn't they be able to smoke this thing while lying down? And they always felt that the smell of smoke in the air was much more fragrant than inhaling it into their mouth. Slowly. Especially at this time, Jiao Khan, who was already unconscious, had already broken the door of Zhong Feng's bedroom. At this time, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, puffing and puffing. Looking at the people smoking like this, he couldn't help but be so frightened that he fainted. Zhong Feng was also a little dizzy at this time. No one would be able to last long under the influence of several big opium pipes, especially when he was also smoking. This kind of second-hand smoke, he didn't dare to make too much. Zhong Feng got up dizzily and was instantly shocked. At this time, he also felt dizzy, like the feeling of gas poisoning. Zhong Feng didn't have time to think too much. He stumbled and pushed the door open, sitting at the door and gasping for breath. After a while, he finally didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. He turned around and looked. Good heavens, at this time, there was no one in the room. All around them were bursts of smoke, looking for an exit. It was as if the room was on fire. Zhong Feng was also shocked and hurriedly beckoned two passing students to carry Cheng Chumo and the others out of the room. Only then did Zhong Feng breathe a sigh of relief. However, the things here still aroused everyone's interest. In addition, it was dinner time, and the kitchen was not far from Zhong Feng's place. Everyone was holding a big bowl, eating while looking at Zhong Feng. Hey, you guys, did our dean just cook something delicious in the room? He held a big bowl made of mud and drank some porridge while showing off a big pig leg with teeth marks all over it. Hearing this, everyone also looked at Zhong Feng curiously. Someone couldn't help but look at Zhong Feng and asked, "So, our dean is drunk?" "Hey, you don't, it's really interesting. Our dean is awesome. Our dean, he's awesome. Just eating and drinking, he can get so many powerful people to drink. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, the four great demon kings? In the hands of our dean, they're nothing but toys. You guys can't even shut your mouths when you eat, right?" At this moment, his wife picked up the spoon and knocked on their heads a few times. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at Zhong Feng, saying, "The dean dares to eat a pot of rice every day. How can he cook by himself? If you want to eat, then eat. If you don't want to eat, then scram. If I hear any of you gossiping again, I'll tell the dean." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. He hurriedly nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, took the bowl and ran away. At this moment, Yu Shan'an was also happily bringing Ouyang Zun and the others over to eat together. Glancing at Zhong Feng and the others, she also thought that they were drunk. She looked at old his wife and asked, "You said Fengzi never eats alone?" Old his wife was also a person who had seen the world. When these people came up the mountain, she knew that they were not simple. At least, they were at the same level as the county magistrate. At this time, when she saw them coming, she hurriedly greeted them with a smile. "Isn't that right? Fengzi is my neighbor. The relationship between my husband and Zhong Feng is like that of uncle and nephew. In addition, Fengzi likes my daughter. Usually, when Fengzi makes something delicious, the first thing he asks is me, the shopkeeper, and the kids in the neighborhood to eat with him. Now these foodies dare to say that Fengzi eats alone. How can I not care? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this guy to have such a side." Hearing this, the four people laughed. Sun Simiao also nodded repeatedly. "This guy is good. He asked old man to come up the mountain for this pot of porridge. How about it? You guys, have a taste." Hearing this, they nodded again. "Well, let's each take a bowl and sit in his room. This guy may have some good wine hidden." "That's reasonable. If there is a beggar's chicken, that would be even better." When old his wife heard this, she slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, look at my memory. You guys go and have a seat first. I'll go to the back of the mountain to get some chickens for you. Those chickens were also made by Fengzi. I won't give them to ordinary people to eat." Chapter 789. Yu Shan'an and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. Even those who were squatting and eating couldn't help but have waves of greed and envy flicker in their eyes when they heard this. The point was that the dean's chicken was too delicious. Sun Simiao looked at the crowd, shook his head and sighed. There were too few chickens now. Although there were hundreds of thousands of chickens on the mountain, he didn't know what that guy was going to do. He was only allowed to eat 1,000 chickens a day, including those in the restaurants at the foot of the mountain. So it was difficult to eat the beggar's chicken now. Even he could only eat it once every 3 to 5 days. But a few days ago, he heard that there were less than 200,000 chickens left on the mountain. If the food problem couldn't be solved, even if these chickens were boiled into chicken soup and mixed in porridge, they couldn't stand the consumption. At this time, he didn't know if the woman would cause any trouble by saying that she would let them eat chicken in public. But since she had said it, he couldn't do anything. After all, he was just a guest. "Let's go and see if there is any good wine in Fengzi's house. Let's go and get some." As Sun Simiao spoke, he patted Yu Shan'an's shoulder. Only then did the group slowly walk towards Zhong Feng's cabin, hands clasped behind their backs. Walking on the right side, Yu Shan'an and others looked at this person's bowl from time to time. It seemed that they wanted to find something different in these bowls. However, looking at it, he was still amazed. "Elder son, this doesn't look like the bone-strengthening powder you made," Chu Suiliang asked with a smile. Sun Simiao shook his head and pointed to Zhong Feng. "The bone-strengthening powder and this stuff are not made by me. It's that guy." Chu Suiliang was shocked when he heard that. He had eaten the bone-strengthening powder. Although the porridge smelled like the bone-strengthening powder at this time, it looked different from the bone-strengthening powder. There were even a lot of things inside, such as meat, pork, and even some pig bones, eggs, and other things. However, when he thought about how these things, which were rumored to be able to last an entire day, were made by Zhong Feng, Chu Suiliang was truly shocked. "Old son, are you certain that these things were made by this brat?" Chu Suiliang and the other two asked in shock. Yu Shan'an stroked his beard and curled his lips. The old man mentioned this in his letter. "Didn't you read it?" They automatically filtered out Yu Shan'an's words. Instead, he looked at Sun Simiao with a solemn expression. They had all read Yu Shan'an's letter, but they wouldn't believe that these things came from Zhong Feng even if they were beaten to death. Who didn't know that Sun Simiao was the recognized divine medicine? If these things didn't come from him, who would dare to believe it? Yes. Sun Simiao made the final decision. A rumbling sound rang out in their minds. What the hell was this kid? What was in that head of hers? Moreover, Even the old man didn't know that these things could be made in this way until he got the bone-strengthening powder and this porridge. Sun Simiao was a little emotional. If this kid wants to be a doctor, the old man believes that in less than 3 years, his reputation and achievements will definitely be above the old man's. And even at his peak, the old man could only look at his back. Sun Simiao's words seemed to be the highest praise for Zhongfeng. Although he had never praised Zhongfeng on the mountain, he didn't hesitate to praise himself when he was with his old friends. Zhongfeng could take it. He also wanted to know what kind of tricks Zhongfeng could come up with. How many things had not been dug out yet? He didn't believe that Zhongfeng could only tinker with the herbs to get rid of the smell of pork, the herbs to repel locusts and mosquitoes, the bone-strengthening powder, and the porridge. Sun Simiao believed that Zhongfeng's medical skills would open another door for him. At this time, they were all silent with their own thoughts. They slowly strolled to the front of the wooden hut. Smelling the familiar yet unfamiliar scent, they couldn't help but instantly pull their minds back from their contemplation. What's this smell? It seems. Just now, Fengzi was over there. Sun Simiao frowned and thought for a long time. He sniffed again and couldn't help but change his expression. Nonsense, it's really nonsense. Sun Simiao couldn't help but fly into a rage after smelling it. He hurried forward and felt their pulses one by one. Yu Shenan and the others also reacted and hurried forward. Something could happen to others, but these people were all precious. One was the crown prince, one was the emperor's brother, and the others were the sons of the high dukes. If something happened to them, they hurried forward, but didn't know what to do. They could only look at Sun Simiao. When Sun Simiao put his hand on Li Chengqian's pulse, Li Chengqian looked as if he was drunk and asked them with a flushed face. "Elder son, you're here? Come, Fengzi has a big cigar here." Sun Simiao was stunned. Looking at the group of people lying on the ground and laughing while eating, he couldn't help but ask, "You bunch of bastards, what are you doing?" Chapter 790. Sun Simiao was about to explode. He had been pondering about Zhongfeng's matter. But now, were they all playing tricks on him? Although Zhongfeng was also a little uncomfortable, he was at least better than Li Chengqian and the others. Seeing that Sun Simiao had misunderstood again, he hurriedly said, "Elder son, we didn't mean to play tricks on you. Look at the room. These guys are drunk because it's their first time smoking. Just treat it as if they're drunk." Zhongfeng hurriedly explained. When Sun Simiao heard this, he sniffed Li Chengqian's nose and said, "Do you think this old man is senile and muddle-headed? Are they drunk?" Seeing that he couldn't explain, Zhongfeng could only get up, take out the tobacco leaves from the drawer, and roll them up on the spot. No matter how much he said, it was better to keep silent. Now Zhongfeng was too lazy to explain. Yu Shenan saw this and hurriedly pulled Sun Simiao. "Old son, wait a minute. Did this guy come up with something amazing again?" Sun Simiao was stunned and could only shut up. He wanted to see what Zhongfeng was up to. They didn't expect that the blades of grass in Zhongfeng's hand would slowly turn into 6 fingers as thick as an index finger. They were exactly the same as the ones Zhongfeng had seen outside their door. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that what this kid said before was true? Was this thing really not poison? Sun Simiao also didn't understand. He frowned and simply squatted beside Zhongfeng, carefully watching every step Zhongfeng took. When Zhongfeng finally took out the lighter from Cheng Chumo's butt and lit it. After taking a breath, he said, "Elder son, this is the good stuff. It's refreshing. Do you want one?" Sun Simiao heard this and glared at Zhongfeng. "Are you saying that old man's eyesight is bad?" No. How could this kid be talking about you? This thing is real. Just try it and smoke his cigarette. In an instant, no matter how tired you are, you will be energized." Hearing this, Yu Shenan and the others' eyes lit up. "Kid, are you telling the truth? So that's what they got from the lottery? Is that why you're like this?" They weren't fools. Zhongfeng nodded. "That's right. It's just that these fellows saw how good this stuff is and were afraid that I wouldn't give it to them. So, they pumped it as hard as they could, and that's why they got drunk." When they heard this, their eyeballs almost popped out. "Kid, You're saying that this thing is the same as your white wine? It can also make people drunk. Old man, try it first. Can this stuff make people drunk? Wasn't it just firewood tobacco? Could it be that the old man was afraid? Come, 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 little brat, give the match to the old man. Let me try it too. Me too. Ouyang Zun and the others took the self-aware firewood tobacco from Zhongfeng's hands. Then, following Zhongfeng's instructions, they lit the firewood tobacco and took a light puff. Zhongfeng didn't dare to let these old men smoke like Li Gan did. If they didn't smoke at all, they would be dead meat if they choked and gave it away. Moreover, if they recovered, wouldn't this thing be smashed in their hands? Zhongfeng was still counting on them to sell this thing. Master Boshi, you're mistaken. You have to take small sips. No, no, don't bite it. Keep it in your mouth, Mr. Sitong. You're wrong. Don't swallow. Cough, cough, cough. When Zhongfeng turned to look, he saw that Xueji was about to swallow the firewood tobacco in one big puff. Zhongfeng was so scared that he hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Xueji had already swallowed it, but Zhongfeng said that it was urgent, so Xueji was stunned for a moment. That moment could be said to have saved his life and Zhongfeng's life. Xueji exhaled more than half of the smoke, but the remaining smoke still made Xueji cough violently at this time. Even his face was flushed. Zhongfeng was so scared that he hurriedly went up to pat him on the back and hurriedly poured tea for him. After a while, Xueji finally recovered his strength. The others also stared at him with their old eyes. Old Sitong, what do you think? This, how is this cigarette? Xueji smacked his lips and felt for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Awesome. Although it was a little uncomfortable just now, I feel 100 times more energetic now. You all know that I have to take a nap at this time every day. But once this thing twitches, let alone sleep, even if you ask me to recite poems with you, I can recite poems with you late into the night. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at the cigarette in their hands and were shocked. They just thought that it was their illusion, but now? They all felt the same. When Sun Simiao heard this, he didn't say a word. He took the lighter from Zhongfeng's hand and lit the cigarette. Half an hour. 2 hours. 2 hours later, when Li Chengqian and the others stood up dizzily, they were stunned. They saw that in Zhongfeng's living room, Yu Shenan and the others, with cigarettes in their mouths, were locked in a game of cards. They couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a dream? I must be dreaming. Is this still the Mr. Boshi I know? Chapter 791. For 3 days in a row. The people on Xiao Mountain, regardless of whether they were students or craftsmen, were looking at the big shots on the mountain with a stick in their mouth. Even Gan Jiyuan. At this moment, he was standing on the construction site with his hands on his hips. He pointed at the crowd and cursed. No one knew where he got a cigar from, but he was holding it in his mouth. He looked awe-inspiring. You bunch of idiots, look at this cement. Who ruined it? Stand up for Lao Tzu. This thing is more precious than gold. Are you going to let Lao Tzu ruin it just like that? Don't you know that you have to eat less? You, and all of you, go and cut your dinner in half. Also, before you eat, use a hammer to grind these things for me. What are you all standing there for? Have you installed the doors and windows on that wall? Have you all hung up the roof beams? Get the hell out of Lao Tzu. Yo, isn't this old Gan? How awe-inspiring. Just as Gan Jiyuan was giving out orders, Cheng Chumo appeared behind Gan Jiyuan with a cigar in his mouth. He stole Zhongfeng's sunglasses and acted even more pretentious. When Gan Jiyuan heard that, he shrunk his head and hurriedly turned around. When he turned around, he had already put on a smile. Master Chen, why are you here? This place is dirty, you. Go away, go away. Lao Tzu gave you the cigar because you took over all of Lao Tzu's work. So, you've become more presentable in such a short time. Not bad, not bad. I'll inform Feng Zi later. When the time comes, the Ministry of Works will give you a temporary position. When Gan Jiyuan heard that, he was so excited that his lips trembled. Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chen. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'll definitely do it. It's nothing, But I heard that a lot of people want this now. Cheng Chumo sat on the pile of bricks and pointed at the cigar in his mouth. Gan Jiyuan nodded. Master Chen, you know that our brothers have been eyeing this item since it appeared. If you could get some from the dean, they would be very grateful to your family. Fine, fine, fine. Cheng Chumo waved his hand. He looked left and right, then took out about a dozen items wrapped in white paper, each as thick as a little finger, and said, I got these when Fengzi wasn't paying attention. Save them. This is, Gan Jiyuan's originally burning heart was instantly extinguished after seeing these white slips of paper. This thing seems to be, don't mind it. Fengzi is afraid of killing you, so he slightly improved it. By the way, these cigarettes cost 5 beggars' chickens. Put it on the tab first. We will wait for you at the tavern at the foot of the mountain in the evening. After that, Cheng Chumo slipped away. Later, in various places on the mountain, Li Chengqian and the others were doing the same thing. Even Zhong Sun at this time, with a large pack of cigarettes, was shuttling through various marquises' mansions at the foot of the mountain, as well as Li Shimin's palace. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw it. Zhong Sun also did not hesitate to light a cigarette in public to demonstrate to them. Now, after Zhong Feng's improvement, the paper cigarettes were basically very light. If they smoked again, except for Yu Shinan and the others, they could basically satisfy. Except for the special big cigars, there were only paper cigarettes left. It was not that Zhong Feng was lazy to do it, but because he was afraid of killing people. After a month, if these people completely liked this thing, it would be easy to handle. On the other side, Yu Shinan and the others basically regarded Li Yuan's bamboo house as their daily office area. As long as it was someone they knew or wanted, they basically wrote a letter to each person, plus 3 paper cigarettes, and gave them to the students one by one, and sent them down the mountain as fast as possible. What is this thing? In the Imperial Palace. Li Shimin looked curiously at the paper cigarette in his hand and asked, Your Majesty, this is a good thing that Fengzi has been tinkering with during this period of time. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Quickly tell me, what is this thing, and how to use it? Zhong Sun said, Your Majesty, can you let me demonstrate it to you? What are you talking about, boy? Come quickly. Li Shimin glared at Zhong Sun, and Zhong Sun stood up obediently, took out a cigarette from his arms, and then lit it with a match. He imitated Zhong Feng and took a deep breath. Although his appearance was a bit exaggerated, the enjoyment on his face could still be seen. Li Shimin also could not wait. Under Zhang Xuan's demonstration, he also lit a cigarette. Not until then did Zhong Sun Chong say, Fengzi said that you're always busy, so he made this thing. After the experiment was done, he sent it to you as soon as possible to refresh your mind and relieve your sleepiness. Don't fool me, do you think I don't know what happened on the mountain? Didn't this thing come out 3 days ago? And this thing, are you sure it's this cigar? As Li Shimin spoke, he took out a cigar from a wooden box in the drawer of the desk. Zhong Sun was stunned when he saw this. This was obviously the one Zhong Feng had when the accident happened outside the bamboo house. Did the emperor know at that time? Chapter 792. On the mountain. Inside Zhong Feng's wooden hut. Li Chengqian, Ma Ju, Li Yifu, Guo Zhangyi, Hao Chujun, Jiao Khan, and the others were sitting on the floor with a small cigarette in their hands. They were holding a thread-bound white paper book in their hands. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on the floor. Everyone was holding a cigarette in their right hand. Basically, cigarettes had become a trend on the mountain. It seemed that as long as one was on the mountain, even if they did not smoke, they would at least hold a cigarette in their mouth. What was that? That was their status. Although there was no explicit rule on the mountain that forbade smoking. The black-hearted Zhong Feng had even set up a cigarette shop on the mountain. This time, there was a complete uproar. As long as one was on the mountain, everyone would have a cigarette. If anyone dared to buy more, they would be thrown down the mountain. Why? Because someone had previously sold a cigarette for 10 copper coins. This angered Zhong Feng. He immediately said that if anyone dared to sell cigarettes at a high price, he would break their legs and throw them down the mountain. At this point, no one would sell cigarettes privately. After all, everyone could only buy cigarettes without a stick every day. If they did not even have enough for themselves, who would dare to sell? At this time, Chang'an City was full of people wandering around blindly. Their eyes were as sharp as needles. Even if it was a job like digging out feces, they would fight to do it. Who would dare to lose such a good job on the mountain? In this year of disaster, how could there be such a comfortable job on the mountain? To the commoners, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Although students were provided with 10 cigarettes a day, but where could there be free cigarettes in this time? There was a big basket at the door. The basket was full of cigarettes. Smoke as you wish. But at this time, Zhongfeng was also worried. There was no room for anyone to sit in the hut. The entire hut was filled with the smell of cigarettes. What's more, these people were so angry that they refused to leave. Even Jiao Khan, who was the most obedient, was not obedient at this time. Even Zhongfeng had to follow him when he was taking a dump. His mouth had never stopped smoking. Zhongfeng felt a headache coming on. He lit a cigarette and tapped the self-made blackboard on the wall with a bamboo stick. Today's lesson will end here. Today, I will give you a question. If I have 7 ingots of gold and want to divide them among an official, a merchant, a Confucian scholar, and a civilian and a servant, how can I divide them equally? The premise is that they are not allowed to use their connections. How can we distribute them evenly? As soon as Zhongfeng finished speaking, Li Chengqian was the first to answer. Teacher, there are 7 gold ingots. There are 5 people here. If we don't distinguish their identities, then if we exchange the extra 2 gold ingots for copper coins, we might be able to divide them all. Hearing this, Du Go hurriedly nodded. Ma Ju, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Ch, is there still a need to divide? 2 ingots of gold and 5 people playing rock paper scissors. Wouldn't it be better if the winner was predestined? Why is it so troublesome? Cheng Chumo said unhappily. Bullshit. If it was so simple, would Fengzi be doing homework here? Scram, then tell us, if 5 people divide 7 gold ingots, let's not talk about others. Let's talk about the 5 of us. How do we divide it? Wouldn't it be better if we split the gold ingots and went to Swallow Descent restaurant? Shut up. I beg you to shut up. I was wrong. Zhongfeng collapsed. On one hand, it was because of the smoke. On the other hand, it was because he felt that the question he asked was too low standard. Now, let's talk about another one. The one just now doesn't count. Now listen carefully. Say, first uncle went to second uncle's house to find third uncle. He said that fourth uncle was tricked by fifth uncle to go to sixth uncle's house to steal seventh uncle's things in eighth uncle's cabinet. Ninth uncle borrowed 10,000 strings of coins from 10th uncle to 11th uncle's wages. Ask who the thief is, and who the money belongs to. Everyone, please deduce. Zhongfeng did not believe it. This question would not kill them. As expected, when Zhongfeng said this question, the entire room became silent. Only the sound of tobacco burning in the air was left. Heavens, first uncle, no, seventh uncle. That's not right. Damn it, who could secretly steal 10,000 strings of coins? No, let me think again. Third uncle's family went to fourth uncle to talk to fifth uncle. Seeing this, Zhongfeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. I'll let you all be chimneys for the day. All right, before tomorrow's lesson, you all have to hand in your answers and names to me. Whoever doesn't hand it in will be punished to rear pigs with Ma Ju. Ma Ju was stunned. Then what is Ma Ju doing now? Cheng Chumo asked without thinking. Teaching you how to rear pigs. After Zhongfeng said this hurriedly, he waved his hand and looked at Yu Qigong, who was standing at the door, as well as a man who was looking at him with a smile that made his scalp numb. He hurriedly dispersed the crowd. As for Li Chengqian and the rest, they knew Yu Qigong and the people around him. They were stunned at first, then they hurriedly ran away in ecstasy. Brother Zhongfeng, this lesson is good. These brats are all lawless at the foot of the mountain, but here, they are all sheep. The moment Yu Qigong entered, he grabbed a handful of cigarettes from the bamboo basket and stuffed them into his bosom. The man in the dark green robe, who looked like a grasshopper, copied Yu Qigong's actions and grabbed a handful of cigarettes. He even lit one up. This made Zhongfeng, who wanted to greet them, unhappy instantly. He only cupped his fists. It was considered as an agreement. Then he cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man in the green robe and said, "May I know who this is?" Gong laughed and put his arm around Zhong Feng's neck and said, "Fengzi, let me introduce you. This guy has been managing Laro Li's business in Chotzi City in Longyu Road. When he heard that you opened an academy, he rushed back without stopping to send his son up the mountain." The middle-aged man in the green robe looked at Zhong Feng and nodded. "Laro, you and I are brothers, closer than real brothers. My surname is Nyo, people call me Barbarian Nyo. You can call me Old Nyo." Chapter 793. What kind of demons and ghosts are these? Barbarian Nyo? He might as well call the gadfly. It was as if this old you was someone who walked the same path as him. The first time they met, they were both so eye-catching. Although he thought so, Zhong Feng still smiled and cupped his fists. "So it's Old Nyo. Come, please sit. It's a pity that there's no wine on the mountain. Otherwise, we'd have to drink to our heart's content today." This was Zhong Feng's specialty. But how could Old Nyo not know? Old Nyo was Nyo Jindar, who was known as one of the 5 war gods of the Tang dynasty along with Cheng Yarojin, Yu Qigong, Qin Qiong, and Li Jing. He was also the general who had always been in charge of Chotzi. This time, he returned to the capital. It was mainly because of the matter of sending troops to India, as well as the firearms, the impenetrable shield, and the invincible spear that he had been longing for. The moment he returned to the capital, he heard the most about the mountain. In the end, after Nyo Jindar entered the palace to meet the emperor, Li Shimen directly pointed to the mountain. "Go, let Yuchi bring you up the mountain. You personally go to that kid and ask for the firearms." It was this sentence that caused Nyo Jindar to waste 3 days at the residences of Cheng Yarojin, Yu Qigong, and Qin Qiong. It was also during these 3 days that Nyo Jindar was shocked by Zhong Feng's name. When he learned that several people in the imperial court, including the retired emperor, had become brothers with this kid, he was shocked. That was why he didn't treat Zhong Feng as an outsider and treated him as his own home the moment he entered the house. After the 3 of them sat on the balcony outside the house, Yu Qigong said, "Last time, you said that my share, no, there's no room for discussion. You also know that my paper mill only makes a little profit. Look at the mountain. Old you, look at it personally. This business is huge. It can't be any more." Yu Qigong glared. "Who said that he wants your paper mill? Today, I personally sent my son and Old Nyo's son to the mountain to report." "Oh right, we beat the gatekeeper at the foot of the mountain. Is that okay?" Zhong Feng was petrified. "Who did you hit?" Looking at Yu Qigong's burly appearance, Zhong Feng seriously wondered if this guy could break a rock with a single punch. If he could punch someone, then, that person isn't dead, right? Zhong Feng continued asking. "It's nothing. I just knocked him out with a slap. He's too weak. Do I, Old you, need to report my arrival? This guy still dares to block the way. Not killing him is already giving you a lot of face. Who did you hit?" "I don't know, but I heard that his name is Zhuzi. He is from Tong Hui Fang. I have already sent someone to send him 1,000 tubes of money and 300 dans of food. They will be sent to the mountain at sunset. You can arrange it as you see fit. This is also because of your face. Otherwise, if Laro Tzu beat people up, who would dare to fart?" Yu Qigong wasn't wrong. Who dared to stop him? In this Chang'an city, and even in the Tang dynasty, even if they killed someone on the street, the emperor would only reprimand them, let alone kill someone who blocked the way. However, Zhong Feng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that he would have to teach these people in the admissions office a lesson in the future. At the very least, he would have to teach these people who like to beat people to a pulp. "You are too much, aren't you? This is my academy. If everyone is like you in the future, what will happen?" Zhong Feng could not help but grumble speechlessly. Yu Qigong waved his hand. "Don't worry about that. I have already sent 30 people who are familiar with the environment in Chang'an City, as well as people who are familiar with the environment of the various states. Now that they have taken over the mountain gate, your people can do whatever they want from now on. Just leave the mountain gate to them. Although some of them are old and injured, They are all old soldiers that I have spent a lot of money to hire. You can rest assured about their character and other aspects. Nyo Jindar nodded when he heard that. I have also sent you 50 old soldiers that I recruited in Chotsi city. Their ability to guard the house is first class. I have seen that the market at the foot of the mountain is in a mess. With these people around, you can rest assured that everything will be arranged properly for you. Zhong Feng's eyes widened when he heard that. So the two of you are treating my mountain as a retirement home? You are throwing your unwanted subordinates to me? Needless to say, this was Yu Qigong and Nyo Jindar's plan, as well as the emperor's arrangement. At this time, it was not peaceful outside. All kinds of spies were walking around Chang'an. Now that the mountain was dealing with confidential things like firearms, if there were not a few skilled people around, it would be easy to become a target. Yesterday, the emperor met with Yu Qigong and the others to discuss this matter. They thought about it and came up with this idea. In any case, every year, Li Shimin spent countless money and food for these old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Now, it was good. He could also use their last bit of value here. It could also be said that he had found a place for them to return to. Zhong Feng was speechless. But he also knew. Old soldiers. Moreover, they were veterans who had been through hundreds of battles. They were people who had been baptized by fire and iron. Judging from the situation on the mountain and the fairy ointment that he had received, there were already people who had their eyes on him. These people were far more discerning than the people in Tonghui City. With them guarding the door, it would just be an extra 100 mouths to feed. Moreover, now that they were here, what could he do? Chase them away? He could not even send them away. Zhong Feng could only silently admit that he was unlucky. Then I have to thank the two of you for your kindness. Chapter 794. While smoking, Yu Qigong asked, Fengzi, this cigarette? Zhong Feng looked alert. Don't even think about it. It's not the time to produce it. Now it's only enough for the consumption of the mountain and the needs of your masters. I can't do anything more. After I'm done with the academy, I'll make it in the factory. With one more sentence, he retorted Yu Qigong's words. It wasn't that he didn't want to make it. It was that the tobacco had not arrived yet. With so many things on hand, he was so annoyed that he didn't have time to do anything else. The paper mill was basically on the right track now. But there were too many things that needed improvement. For example, toilet paper, the production machines, the preparation of the memory branch, and so on. Although he didn't need to worry much about them, the most troublesome thing was that he hadn't taught Qian Wanli everything about the research and development. Another thing was the new textbooks of the academy. The teaching building of the academy had begun to be painted. School would start in less than a month. Where would the books come from? These were all problems. Seeing that Zhong Feng didn't want to say anything more about this matter, Yu Qigong didn't say anything more. Instead, Nyo Jindar asked, I heard from Lao Li that you've set up a workshop. I came back this time because of the firearms. I also found some top blacksmiths from the western region. They're good at pouring and some locksmiths. I spent a lot of money to get them. I wonder if they can help you. Zhong Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. The pouring method of the western region was actually using wax molds. Although this kind of skill existed in the Tang dynasty, some things had to be made by Tubo's craftsmen. It wasn't that the Tang dynasty couldn't make it, but the skills mastered by the people of the Tang dynasty were different from the skills of the western region. If the two sides were combined, there might be a way. The reason why the workshop hadn't started yet was that Zhong Feng was worried about these things. He didn't expect old Nyo to give him such a big gift. However, in terms of loyalty, Zhong Feng was still a little worried. He could not help but ask, Old Bull, this thing of mine is, how could Nyo Jindar not know what Zhong Feng was going to say? He waved his hand and interrupted him. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, You can rest assured about this. I have their slave contracts with me. As he spoke, Nyo Jindar waved his hand outside. Brats, come in and meet your future teacher. Didn't they say that it was a slave contract? This, Zhong Feng was dumbfounded. She looked at the three burly men standing in the room. Two of them looked very similar to Yu Qigong. Needless to say, They were old Yu's sons. As for the other one, although he looked strong, he had a face that didn't belong to his size. Well, how should he put it? Zhongfeng felt a little like Neza from the movie Why? What kind of visual impact was this? Baby face coupled with explosive muscles? The three of them saw that Zhongfeng was observing them. They stood there nervously and looked down. Fengzi, I'll leave these two brats to you from now on. Oh yes, this is old Nyo's son. You can call him Xiaonyo. He's a little timid. You have to take care of him from now on. As for my two brats, you can make whatever you want. Yes, Xiaonyo has been spoiled by his mother since he was young. Fengzi, I'll leave him to you. Take care of him. He's very obedient. Zhongfeng was speechless. All right, since we're all brothers, what are you talking about? Zhongfeng wanted to refuse. However, when he saw the name list that Yuqi Baolin handed to him, he couldn't stay calm anymore. In this name list were the slave contracts of those craftsmen from the western region. With this, the firearms could be produced more efficiently. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the secret being leaked. Most importantly, there were two awesome people in this list. These two awesome people were very famous in history. However, their names could only be seen in unofficial history. However, when Zhongfeng visited the Xi'an Steely Forest Museum, he had seen their names and the glass products and gold and silver wares they produced. Mochiado. He was good at producing glass. Alkanen. He was good at pouring gold and silver wares with the wax dripping method. He was the one who poured the gilded lamps. Even in the Steely Forest Museum, it was still a treasure. He didn't expect old Nyo to get his hands on these two people. What Zhongfeng didn't know was that these two guys were kidnapped by Nyo Jindar after he heard that Zhongfeng wanted to do this and needed top-notch craftsmen. He spent a lot of effort and sacrificed hundreds of spies from the western region to kidnap them. This meant that these people who appeared in Xiao Mountain were forced by Nyo Jindar to become the Kunlun slaves of the Tang dynasty. Seeing Zhongfeng laughing so hard that his teeth couldn't be covered, Nyo Jindar and Yu Qigong looked at each other and asked, "Little brother, what do you think of this gift from your brother?" "Good. Very good. I didn't expect old Nyo to be so resourceful. You actually got Mochiado and Alkanen for me." Hearing Zhongfeng's words, Nyo Jindar couldn't help but ask curiously, "You know these two people? Let's not talk about it. Let's go and open the furnace. Let's talk while we walk." Chapter 795. Zhongfeng was very anxious. Because of the sense of crisis, he desperately wanted to make a pistol for self-defense. Otherwise, he would not feel safe at all. The arrival of these two great gods gave him hope. As soon as they walked out of the room, Nyo Jindar and Yu Qigong could not help but ask Zhongfeng, "How do you know these two? Have you been to the western region?" Zhongfeng naturally had not been to the western region. Seeing that Zhongfeng was ignoring them, Yuqi Baolin and the others had to find Cheng Chumo and the others to fool around. Zhongfeng then said, "You should know that I have a master. He once went to the western regions. He was the one who told me about this matter. Moreover, he was full of praise for their craftsmanship. So, you have been delaying the start of the work because of these two?" Yu Qigong asked. Zhongfeng spread his hands with a wry smile. "Look at me, I have so many things to do. Besides, the smelter that Laro Li found for me hasn't come up the mountain yet. How can I do it? I only have a pair of hands. Moreover, I believe that old cow has seen the craftsmanship of these two people before. Now that the two of them are here, I only need one person who knows how to smelt. This job can basically be done by me. By the way, old cow, where is the person? He's in the workshop. I can't have it all in my hands, can I?" Nyo Jindar pointed at the back of the mountain. Zhongfeng could not help but get excited when he heard that. He could not help but quicken his pace. "Let's go. If you can wait, I can show you the power of the gun in less than 5 days. "Really?" Yu Qigong and Nyo Jindar asked almost at the same time. Because of this matter, the emperor was so worried that his hair turned white. However, the people of the Ministry of Works did not dare to take action. The main reason was that the emperor also knew the importance of this thing. Once the secret was leaked, it would be fatal. As for searching for it in the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was really worried. In the end, he made the decision and sent 3 secret letters to Niu Jindar, who was in Chotzi, asking him to look for the top smelters in the western regions at all costs. Li Shimin had learned to be smart. He wanted to use the things made by the people of the western regions to deal with these people. Most importantly, this place was thousands of miles away from the western regions. Once they signed the slave seal, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. In addition, Yu Qigong and Niu Jindar had brought along many layers of protection. How could they possibly escape? Unless he turned into a ghost. This was Li Shimin's brilliance. This was also the purpose of Niu Jindar's return to Chang'an. The 100,000 troops of the Tang dynasty were about to head to Chotzi city. When they officially set off, if they could get even 1,000 firearms or that kind of shield, this operation would not only be a deterrent, but also a deterrent. Although they had never seen firearms. However, when Li Shimin, Yu Qigong, and the others passed on Zhong Feng's words to Niu Jindar knew that he didn't need to ask for too much. Just a little bit would be enough to change the outcome of the battle. Divine weapons were often the best things to deter the enemy. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. While they each had their own thoughts. Finally, they arrived at the forge on the edge of the cliff. At this time, the forge was filled with the stench of a fox. A group of veterans led more than 30 barbarians, who were wearing the same sheepskin, barefoot, and arms as if they were animals. Even their bare feet were covered in blood. At this time, they saw the arrival of these people. The bearded barbarians trembled all over as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. As for the veterans, when they saw these people, they instinctively straightened up and did not have any other reaction. Come, 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 what are you all standing there for? Ask them to get up and meet their masters. Niu Jindar scolded as soon as he arrived. The veterans did not hesitate. They waved the leather whip in their hands. Zhong Feng hurriedly stopped them. Zhong Feng hated this kind of slavery. But where was this? This was the Tang dynasty, where slavery was the most prevalent. Moreover, he also knew what these people were going to do in the future. These were all his secrets. Once they were leaked, it would be a disaster. Therefore, Zhong Feng could only try his best to be merciful. When the slaves saw this, they stood up numbly and hung their heads. Zhong Feng was also very direct. He asked, "Which one of you is called Mokiado? Which one of you is called Alkanon? Come out." Zhong Feng's voice did not seem to have any effect. Everyone just stood there numbly. "Are you deaf? If you don't come out, you will all die for Laro Tsu," Niu Jindar shouted. It was indeed effective. After everyone trembled in fear for a while, 2 people in the crowd slowly walked out of the crowd. Both of them were basically the standard of the Hu people. Their faces were full of vicissitudes. It was unknown whether it was because they walked all the way from the western regions to Chang'an, or because they had always been like this. Zhong Feng saw the 2 of them come out. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "I know that you are still afraid, but I can promise you that although I can't let you go home, I have something that you will not expect. I have something you can't imagine here, and I can guarantee that you'll become the best craftsman in the world here. I promise that as long as I, Zhong Feng, am here, no one will do anything to you. You will have the same status and treatment as me. What do you think?" Chapter 796. All the top craftsmen that Niu Jindar had brought over from the western regions were somewhat moved at this time, but there was still a trace of despair in their numb eyes. This was because they knew what kind of result awaited them. No matter what kind of promise was given at this time. Would they live to see the next day? Algernon was even more clear about this. As slaves, how could they not know what would happen to them? Once upon a time, they were top-notch blacksmiths whose names had shaken the region, and they had their own pride. Although they had been reduced to such a state, they still had their own pride. Niu Jindar couldn't stand it anymore and was about to get angry, but he was stopped by Zhong Feng. "Old Niu, don't be anxious. These people are now my people. I have the final say. Can you stand aside first?" Zhong Feng hurriedly comforted Niu Jindar and Yu Qigong. Zhong Feng had plenty of methods to make these people obediently submit. To put it bluntly, These people were no different from the mad scientists of the future. In fact, they had not seen some things. If they knew that he had things that they had never heard of or seen before, would they still be like this? That would be like seeing a ghost. Zhong Feng wasn't anxious or angry. He just took out some forging blueprints that he had drawn when he had nothing to do. These blueprints were very simple, but they were basically plans of roads and roads. Zhong Feng purposely shook the snow-white blueprint until it made a rustling sound. As for Algernon and the others, although they didn't say anything, from the way they quieted down and leaned forward slightly, it could be seen that they were carefully observing Zhong Feng's actions. Niu Jindar and Yu Qigong couldn't understand Zhong Feng's actions. They wanted to say something, but after opening their mouths, they didn't say anything. They wanted to see what Zhong Feng was up to. Zhong Feng opened the blueprints and spread them open. The blueprints were about the size of a table. On them were the blueprints of an improved crossbow, as well as the blueprints of a disassembled crossbow. These blueprints weren't the ones that everyone knew. They were the ones that had been modernized and improved in the future. They were the type of crossbow that could shoot about 1,000 meters. When the blueprints were spread out, Yu Juandar and Yu Qigong were instantly attracted by them, even though they couldn't understand them. However, they still recognized the body of the crossbow and Jian Xian. No matter how much this thing was modified, they could still see the outline of the crossbow on the top of the blueprints. Fengzi, why does this look different from the crossbows we have seen before? Now, he couldn't help but stare at the drawing with his bearded eyes, trying to figure out what it was. However, he could only roughly tell that it looked like a crossbow from its shape. He really couldn't understand the details of those bits and pieces. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin also came up and asked at the same time, Fengzi, what is this thing of yours? Why does it look a little? Their conversation instantly attracted the attention of the guards standing at the side. Then, everyone started whispering to each other. They were all soldiers, so they often dealt with bows and arrows. However, when they saw this thing again, they couldn't help but be surprised. Was this kid trying to make a crossbow? Zhong Feng smiled. His eyes were fixed on Arjinong and the others. Seeing that everyone was confused, Zhong Feng didn't hold back and said loudly, "You have all seen this before, so you should be familiar with it." That's right, it's something that everyone is very familiar with, a crossbow. However, your understanding is a little off. This thing is indeed a crossbow, but a normal crossbow has a shooting range of about 100 to 150 meters. However, according to my requirements and the blueprints, a crossbow made of steel can shoot at least 1,000 meters if it's based on an ordinary person's physical strength and configuration. What? 1,000 meters? How is that possible? Impossible. What in the world can make a crossbow shoot 1,000 meters? This is simply absurd. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Yu Juandar and Yu Qigong couldn't help but exclaim. From what they knew, there was nothing that could shoot more than 1,000 meters. Even that kind of huge crossbow wouldn't be able to shoot that far. At this moment, the craftsmen from the western region couldn't help but become restless. However, Arjinong and Cheng Yaojin didn't react at all. It was as if this temptation hadn't reached their limit yet. Zhong Feng seemed to have expected this. He glanced at Arjinong and Cheng Yaojin. He seemed to be talking to Niu Jindar and Yu Qigong, but rather to Arjinong and Cheng Yaojin. You should have heard of something that I've mentioned before, right? Niu Jindar narrowed his eyes. You're talking about the crossbows made of the same material as the impenetrable shield and the invincible spear? Chapter 797. That's right, it's that kind of material. It's the steel I mentioned before. Zhong Feng nodded and continued. He pointed at the blueprint and said, most of the weapons on the market are made by companies. Although these things can be said to be willful, they are very easy to damage. If a crossbow is used for a long time, it can be said that it has to be reforged. But if a little bit of it is used, even if it's only used on the bowstring of a crossbow, the software will not only increase the hardness, strength, and extension of the crossbow to a certain extent, but it will also allow the crossbow to reach the limit of its shooting range, which is the 1,000 steps I mentioned just now. The eyes of Niu Jindar and the others turned red in an instant. This kid had mentioned steel more than once before. He had also said that it was invulnerable and that the rain was an invincible spear. However, this kid had always regarded it as a treasure and had not taken any action. But now, the Emperor had allowed this kid to take out this thing at such a critical time. Even so, this kid still did not reveal how awesome this thing was. He had only told Chen Chumo and the others before. At that time, everyone thought that Zhong Feng was really bragging, and they only remembered the invulnerable spear and the invincible spear in their minds. How could they remember this material? In their hearts, this material was nothing more than that kind of iron with some other things added. But now, what about this time? This kid had actually said this in front of a group of blacksmiths from the western region who had been captured by them. Could it be that these two people, especially Algernon, were very useful to this kid? Everyone couldn't help but look at Algernon again. Even so, Algernon did not react at all. It was as if what Zhong Feng had said had nothing to do with him. Niu Jinda's temper couldn't help but rise again. When Zhong Feng arrived, he was even more expectant. The more calm he was at a time like this, the more it showed that this person was awesome, really awesome. It was just that young Master Zhong's words hadn't poked at their sore spot yet. Zhong Feng wasn't in a hurry. He once again explained to Niu Jinda and the others what was awesome about the crossbow. Instead of his previous indifference, he mysteriously pulled Liu Jinda and the others to the side and used a voice that everyone could faintly hear to speak. Brothers, do you still remember the firearms I mentioned before? Niu Jinda, Yu Qigong, and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. They nodded without hesitation. I've heard of it. Didn't you want to make this thing? Didn't you ask these people to come here and make this thing? You talked about steel and this crossbow, which led us all to the same place. Don't tell me you don't want to make this thing. Zhong Feng glanced at Arjinin and said, No, you're wrong. That thing must be practiced. But before practicing that thing, you have to practice what you just did. If you can't even practice what you just did, then you should just forget about that thing, right? Yu Qigong frowned. What do you mean? Zhong Feng smiled faintly and raised his voice a little. Do you know why I haven't started yet? It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that I can use it to protect myself. It's also a great opportunity for me to make a name for my White Deer Institute. Just like what you said just now, if I can solve the Emperor's urgent problem, wouldn't I be able to enter the Imperial Court in an instant? Wouldn't I have to wait for the Imperial examination 3 years later? But under this premise, the train is very dangerous. If it's not handled properly, not only will it hurt others, it will also hurt oneself. So, old you know that I cherish my life. If there's even the slightest danger, I won't dare to do it. Yu Qigong nodded at Cheng Yarojin. This kid was as timid as a mouse. However, they didn't know what Zhong Feng was trying to say, so they could only go along with him. Kid, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle like a girl. All right. I know that you, old you, are an impatient person. Let's put it this way. Steel is a very important thing. It's refined from iron, and it's even more precious than snot. Take the iron piled up here as an example. Zhong Feng pointed at the pile of scrap metal in the corner of the forging room and said, As you can see, this pile of scrap metal doesn't add up to more than 10,000 pounds. It seems like a lot to you, but if I tell you that if you want to smelt them all and reforge them, you can only make about 100 catties of steel, would you believe me? 100 catties? Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and the others weren't the only ones who were surprised. Even the blacksmiths from the western region were shocked as they looked at the piles of worn-out ironware behind them. Even Algernon hurriedly glanced at the pile of rusty subways next to him. Everyone couldn't believe it at this time. There was about 80,000 jin of scrap iron, but how could they praise it? There were so many things in this kid's mouth, but he could only smelt out 100 jin. What was going on with his so-called steel? Zhong Feng ignored everyone's shock, because his eyes were fixed on Algernon and Niu Jinlong. Seeing that Algernon finally reacted, he couldn't help but raise his voice again. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. It's 100 catties. Do you know why? This is where the difficulty of this thing lies. In the eyes of many people, these things seem to have reached the pinnacle, but in my eyes, they are still just scrap metal. Even the famous Mo saber of the Great Tang is just a pile of scrap metal used by children to fight in my eyes. In front of a real steel saber, no matter how many iron sabers there are, they are just like wooden stick. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone was completely silent at this time. Seeing this, Zhongfeng continued to use his big move. He firmly believed that as long as the temptation was strong enough, he could even grind 100-meter-thick iron rod into a needle. So, as long as this thing is really made, I can make it for you even if it has a range of 10,000 steps, let alone 1,000 step. However, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. I originally thought that this time, old bull, you would find me some top-notch blacksmithing talents from the western region. But I never expected that old bull, you would find me a bunch of trash. Chapter 798. Upon hearing this, the craftsman from the western region burst into an uproar and growled angrily. Kid, you can insult us, but you can't insult our skills. That's right. Although we are slaves now, we used to be people with high status in our respective fields. You actually dare to say that we are all trash? Boy, do you dare to make a bet with your grandfather? Yes. Let's have a bet. Whoever doesn't have a bet is a coward. Mother **K, even if I have to risk my life, I will bite off a piece of meat from your body. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. Impudent. Shut up. Are you trying to rebel? As Niu Jinda's subordinates berated them, everyone shut their mouths. However, they still stared at Zhongfeng with bloodshot eyes. Yu Juanda and Yu Qigong seemed to have thought of something as well, so they also stared at Zhongfeng with strange expressions. This kid seemed to be stirring up trouble. They couldn't help but admire Zhongfeng a little. Back then, Liu Jinan had sacrificed at least thousands of people in order to get these people. It was for no other reason than to obtain the legendary shield and spear that were invulnerable to swords and spears. However, after he returned to the capital, he heard that this brat could actually make that kind of gun. He was looking forward to other things like that even more. Putting this aside, there were more than 30 people standing in front of him. Although he had brought back the people, the western region was basically in an uproar now. All the countries were frantically searching for these people. He also knew that these people would gather together. It would be very difficult to arouse the pride in their hearts and suppress the memories in their bodies. However, once they were squeezed out and gathered together, it would be really terrifying. This was also why Niu Jinda had ignored all the things he had set up in Gizi City and the surrounding areas, as well as the intricate network, when he had received the secret edict. Although he had brought back the people, these people were a bunch of despicable wretches. Each and every one of them was extremely arrogant. Niu Jinda could not fight these people even if he wanted to. He could not kill them even if he wanted to. Along the way, Niu Jinda was so angry that he almost died. However, in his opinion, something that was problematic was actually tamed by this kid in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Niu Jinda couldn't help but give Zhongfeng a thumbs up in admiration. Awesome. Zhongfeng did not pay attention to Yu Juanda's praise. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and walked to Mokiado and Arkinnon. He asked, I seem to hear that you are not convinced. The two of them were so angry that their beards were trembling. Wasn't this nonsense? You've already said it like that. Who the **CK could still hold back? Are you a **King idiot? Zhongfeng ignored their murderous gazes as he waved the blueprint in front of them and said, Right now, your lives are in my hands. If I say I want you to die, it's very easy. Do you see the cliff below? All I need is a gentle push, and all of you will die instantly. Bah. Trash. Trash. You only know how to bully the weak. What kind of hero are you? If you have the ability, then let's talk with real abilities. Arkinnon roared angrily. Zhongfeng acted as if he didn't hear anything. He patted Arkinnon's shoulder and said, Don't worry, don't worry. I haven't finished yet. I have another option for you. Like I said, as long as you do as I say, or if you want to prove that you're not trash, I can teach you this magical forging technique. I can also teach you this confidential thing. Whether you're a mule or a horse, whether you're trash or a talent, let's talk about it, okay? You. What do you want? Arkin, if you're here and can't understand what Zhongfengna is trying to say, then you've lived your life in vain. At this time, the people behind him were still looking at Zhongfeng with vigilance and anger. The husband ignored him. Finally, he looked at the top forging master, Lioli. Mokiado said, "Although I haven't met you and Arkin, my master has praised your craftsmanship. Now, I have a way for you to make something that will surpass anything you've made before. Believe it or not, as long as you're willing to prove your ability, I will do my best to teach you everything I know. I promise that I will send you back after 10 years. What do you think? During this time, you will be treated the same as me. 3 pots of good wine, 3 beggars' chickens, and a full meal every day. What do you think? What do you think? Same for you. You will serve for 10 years. If I, Zhongfeng, can't make you famous in the world within 10 years, I, Zhongfeng, will let you take my head at any time." Everyone was shocked, including Yu Qigong and Niu Jindar. However, Zhong Tong did not care about anyone. At this time, only 3 words flashed in his mind. The Academy of Science. Lao Tzu's Academy of Science finally opened today. Chapter 799. Alkanen and Mokiado were not fools. On the contrary, the 2 of them wanted to live more than anyone else present. They wanted to live. They wanted their fame to continue growing. Everyone lived for their reputation. This was especially true for people like them, who cared more about their reputation, just like the great Confucians of the Great Tang. They could lose their lives, but they could not lose their reputation. And Zhongfeng just so happened to grab hold of this pain point of theirs. In fact, Zhongfeng did not lose anything. Originally, Zhongfeng had been worried about the matter of the Scientific Research Institute. After all, there were some old and stubborn people. Although it was good to go up the mountain and look good, these people were not suitable to enter the kind of people who only focused on one thing to the extent of madness. If he wanted to personally nurture some people, it would take a very long time. For example, Zhongfeng's plan for the later stage, which was related to agriculture, could be said to be very far away. However, because of these people, Zhongfeng could not help but see a glimmer of hope. Although firearms and other things like steel were somewhat biased towards a certain aspect, some people were different. This was only for some people. In Zhongfeng's eyes, as long as steel was produced, many things, such as wind-driven lathes, could save manpower. If they were used to manufacture certain things, they would enter another level. As long as these things were produced, the rubber factories and textile factories that Zhongfeng had mentioned before would be put on the right track faster. Not to mention other things like steel. Before this, Zhongfeng had not thought too much about it. As long as it was produced, it would be fine. However, after hearing Alkanen and Mokiado's names, he immediately had a plan. He wanted to turn all these people into a group of scientific lunatics. They only focused on researching how to make steel into better lunatics. As long as a group of people appeared, the rest would not be far away. For example, as long as these people appeared, Du Dabbing's progress could be sped up. When the time came, he would only need to cooperate with him. After all, people in physics and scientific chemistry only cared about quality, not quantity. However, they needed a lot of people to cooperate with them. For example, Mokiado. His appearance was like those metal tubes, test tubes, and the like. Zhongfeng saved people and sped up the process. As for the precision manufacturing of other things, the 30 or so slaves were more than capable of doing it. Moreover, they were existences that posed no threat at all. After arranging the follow-up work for the 30 people, Zhongfeng explained in detail what they needed to pay attention to when smelting steel. He left leisurely. Niu Jindar and the others, whose heads were full of question marks, sat in Zhongfeng's living room and lit up a cigarette. Only then did they recover from their deep doubts. They could not help but ask almost in unison, "Fengzi, are you really crazy? Can these people be of great use?" Zhongfeng nodded disapprovingly. At this time, Yu Qigong said with some lingering fear, "Fengzi, you, listen to me. After all, these people are foreigners. How can they make such confidential things? If they leak this matter, even if they only tell the people on the mountain or those who transport the goods, have you thought about the consequences?" Zhongfeng smiled faintly. He took a puff of the cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. I know what you mean. Those who are not of my race must have different intentions, right? Yu Qigong did not speak. He just nodded with a serious face. The reason why these people were brought to the mountain was that they wanted to help the Tang dynasty find craftsmen in the future. In other words, they could be used as prisoners on death row. However, Zhong Feng wanted to put them in an important position. Moreover, he wanted to pass on the core secrets that they did not know to these people. What if this spread out? Zhong Feng shook his head and said with certainty, in fact, sometimes these people are more reliable than those in the Tang dynasty who think they are top craftsmen or those who are famous. The two were puzzled. Zhong Feng continued, you can treat these people as lunatics. They did do these things for fame and benefits, or for some family inheritance, but that was in the past. Now they also know that it is absolutely impossible for them to go home. Under such circumstances, hope is far more effective than despair. For example, you are one of the 4 gods of war of the Tang dynasty, but you accidentally get lost in the desert and are intercepted by the Turks. Do you think they will directly kill you to vent their anger? Or will they squeeze the most value out of you? Yu Qigong and Niu Jindar were shocked. In an instant, a layer of white hair appeared all over their bodies. Although Zhong Feng's words were unintentional, they really poked at their sore spot. They were indeed generals. Moreover, they knew some secrets that were simply unimaginable for the Turks. They had thought countless times about what would happen if they fell into the hands of the enemy. But at this time, if they thought about it from another perspective, they could not help but think of the meaning of Zhong Feng's words just now. Although they were not cowards and were not afraid of death, in some aspects, if someone tried to goad them into action in the military field, they were likely to fall for it. Zhong Feng's words were unintentional, but he inadvertently reminded the two of them. If they also used this trick in the military, then, the several people in the room could not help but take a puff of smoke, frowning deeply. After a long time, one of them smacked the last bit of smoke in his hand and said, "Boy, I'm convinced." Chapter 800. Although the matter here had been resolved, more than 30 craftsmen from the western regions had suddenly appeared on the mountain. The news had already spread like wildfire on the mountain. Hey, have you heard? Just now, I heard that the dean is working on some forging method. Previously, there was no movement. But today, 2 big uncouth men suppressed a group of people from the western regions. I heard that they are some craftsmen. It seems that the dean wants to conduct a visit there. Moreover, he wants to hand over everything he knows to those people. When this voice reached everyone's ears, everyone was stunned for a moment. What did you say? When did the dean set up a forging workshop on the mountain? This is impossible. I just heard that the dean set up a paper mill at the foot of the mountain. How is this possible? Suddenly, he set up a forging workshop. What is the dean doing? As the sun set, all the craftsmen and the students on the mountain sat on the piles of materials and wood in the kitchen, eating in 2s and 3s. While eating, they whispered about this matter. Although Zheng Kui and Zhong Sun sat far away, they could still hear some of these things at this time. At this time, they saw Wei Shuyu, Yuqi Baolin, the 2 brothers, and the boy from the Niu family running over with several black mud balls in their arms. The 2 of them subconsciously walked to the other side with their bowls. On the other side, Li Chengqian and Du Go had already put some account books and other things on the table into a basket. There were several bamboo bottles of beer on the table. They quietly looked at the mud balls in the hands of Yuqi Baolin and the others and drooled. When Cheng Chumo and Zhongsun Chong walked over, Yuqi Baolin and the others also placed black briquettes on the table. Out of habit, Wei Shuyu picked up 2 mouthfuls and a mudfish from under the table and knocked on it. In an instant, a fragrant smell wafted out, causing everyone to greedily take a few sniffs. Cheng Chumo mysteriously took out a paper bag from his arms and waited for the golden roasted beggar's chicken. After putting it on the table, he casually sprinkled some spices on it and grabbed a chicken breast and began to eat it. When the others saw this, how could they be vague? In a short while, they divided the chickens neatly, leaving only some skin standing on the lotus leaves. While eating, Zhongsun Chong gnawed on a bone and asked, "When I was eating and keeping watch over there just now, I heard them say that Uncle Liu has recruited more than 30 Hu craftsmen in forging and smelting. Now Fengzi wants to impart all the forging knowledge he has learned to those people. Have you heard about this? Li Chengqian, when he heard this, he was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Yuqi Baolin and Niu Jinda's son. You three, what's going on? Other than Yuqi Baolin and the other two who had just joined, everyone else knew of Zhong Feng's incredible skills. Yet, he wasn't imparting it to his own brothers, and instead, he was giving it to the Hu. What was going on? There was something going on here. When the three of them heard this, Yuqi Baolin chewed on the chicken thigh and put a chicken head in his mouth and said, "Hey, what's the big deal? I heard that those 30 or so people were given a secret order by the higher-ups." Uncle Niu even activated the spies he arranged without hesitation. He lost more than 1,000 experts in the western regions in exchange for these top-notch experts. I heard that they were going to do something about being invulnerable to swords and spears, and a spear that could pierce anything. But when they went up the mountain... Well, you can shut up. Before Yuqi Baolin could finish, Li Chengqian waved his hand and interrupted him. But there were only countless question marks in his mind. Needless to say, the secret order must have been issued by his father. But he only knew one thing. Was there no talent in the Tang dynasty that could be used? Li Chengqian couldn't help but look at Zhong Feng's house and the wisps of smoke drifting out from the windows and door. He frowned deeply. On the other side, under an old jujube tree under the waterfall, Yu Shinan and the others were sitting at a table and playing cards enthusiastically. At this moment, Ma Ju and the others had just finished dinner. They were talking with the government about what they had just heard at the mountain gate while walking to the pig farm. And their voices happened to be heard by Yu Shinan and the others. Yu Shinan and the others asked, "What are you talking about? What did Fengzi do this time?" Seeing that it was Yu Shinan, Ma Ju asked again. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm Ma Ju. Nice to meet you." Yu Shinan asked again, "What happened just now?" Hearing that, Ma Ju was stunned for a moment, but he still answered honestly, "Just now, it was said that the dean found a group of craftsmen from the extraterritorial region at the foot of the mountain. The dean is going to teach them all he knows about forging." The faces of Yu Shinan and the others couldn't help but change slightly. Are you sure?" Ma Ju couldn't help but lower his body a little. "I'm sure. I heard it from many people. And at that time, your salary was also present," but he didn't say anything. Before Ma Ju finished speaking, Yu Shinan flew into a rage. "Nonsense. This is simply nonsense." Chapter 801. They were just discussing how to make a name for themselves in the academy. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhong Feng had created such a mess. He was simply not doing his job properly. If the scholars of the world knew about this, then wouldn't White Deer Academy have to face the condemnation of everyone? Yu Shinan and the others became even angrier at the thought of this. They hurried to Zhong Feng's small wooden house. They didn't knock on the door and pushed Zhong Feng's door open. However, they were blocked by Jiao Khan, who was like a black tower. The dean said he's resting. He'll come tomorrow. Jiao Khan didn't care so much. He only remembered the dean's orders, and that was the order he had to carry out. He didn't care about these scholars at all. Hearing Jiao Khan's words, as a result, he was instantly ignited like an explosive. "Zhong Feng, you brat, get out here. Get out here." Zhong Feng, who was taking a nap in the room, immediately got up from the recliner when he heard this. "Ayaya. Why are my respected teachers here? Here. Please come in, come in. Jiao Kai, you too. My teacher is your grandmaster. How can you block them like this?" Zhong Feng hurriedly led them into the living room. He took out a wooden box and gave each of them a cigarette. He lit them up and said, "What's wrong with my respected teachers and old Mr. Sun? Why are you so angry?" He took a puff of the cigarette and enjoyed it. He swirled the smoke in his mouth and snorted coldly. "Kid, don't pretend to be a good person. Do you think we're so old that we'll be so easily fooled by you? Old man, let me ask you. What's going on with those people outside? I heard that you brought some barbarians from the outer realms over. I heard that you're going to impart your true teachings to those people. You're going to do something called smelting? Yu Shanan was so angry that his beard was trembling. You, what are you thinking about all day? I and the others have endured so much because we want to see what you're going to do. In the end, we haven't even done anything about the academy yet, and you're already going to do something about it. Have you ever thought about how you're going to embarrass me by doing this? Zhongfeng didn't know what these old guys were up to, but he didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly said, "Please calm down. There's a misunderstanding." Yu Shanan and the others snorted coldly in response to Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng thought about it and said, "Actually, how should I put it? This is also something that I promised old Li before. Moreover, this matter also involves the knowledge that I mentioned before. These things are actually considered a part of the academy. For example, the technique of making paper. Do you all think that this is considered messing around? This thing is also considered knowledge. Blacksmithing is also considered knowledge. If it's considered knowledge, why didn't you find the Han people from the Tang dynasty? Why did you go to those barbarians? Don't you know that those who are not of our race must have different intentions?" Sun Simiao hurriedly said when he saw that they were all angry. Hearing that, Zhongfeng nodded and said, "Old Mr. Sun, in fact, what you said makes sense. Some things do exist in the rules of those who are not of our race must have different intentions. However, as far as this matter is concerned, I don't think I did anything wrong." Hearing this, Yu Shanan and the others' faces became even gloomier. However, Zhongfeng continued, "As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't stick to small details. Moreover, these people are Laro Yu and the others. The people they brought from the western regions are also counted as slaves. Think about it, everyone is selfish. It's impossible for everyone to be like me. Moreover, most of the things I impart are treasures to many people. They will treat them as family heirlooms. However, if I find some slaves, especially those from other regions, do you think they will be able to walk out of the hall in their lifetime? Impossible. As for the people of the Tang dynasty, they will eventually walk out of White Deer College one day. In other words, they will divulge some of the things they know when they are drunk or when they are in bed. Over time, these things will." Yu Shanan couldn't listen to him anymore. He waved his hand and interrupted Zhongfeng. "When it comes to learning, which thing is cherished? You have already said that this is a kind of knowledge. Then why are you so sincere about this thing? Why are you so generous about the art of making paper, wine, and even the art of making salt? Could it be that in your heart, those things are not up to standard?" In the face of Yu Shanan's aggressiveness, Zhongfeng said calmly, "Mr. Bo Shu, you have misunderstood me. In fact, this matter is part of the military studies I told you about before. Moreover, it includes the accumulation of military weapon manufacturing. What do you think, if I spread these things out, which is what I said before? I don't know if you have heard of the invulnerable shield and the invincible spear, if these things were to spread out." Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, Zhongfeng said even louder, "As long as you think it's okay, that kid will definitely announce it to the world without a second word." Chapter 802. In fact, Zhongfeng really didn't expect that Yu Shanan's people would have such a big resistance to this matter. However, when Yu Shanan just spoke, he also thought of something, which was the struggle between the civil officials and the military generals during the Zhongguan period. He instantly understood some things. Many people said that Li Shimin, the emperor of the dynasty, valued military power and despised civil officials. Some people even scolded Li Shimin for being careless and only knowing the political power on horseback. However, they didn't know that if it was a strong military power, it would be a disaster. It would really lead a country to destruction, and it wouldn't last long. If it was like the Song dynasty, which valued civil officials and despised military power, it would also make a country fall into ruin. It would be like a broken piece of cotton wool. It looked good on the outside but was broken on the inside. What was the use of this? In his academy, Yu Shanan and the others seemed to only think of one aspect, but they seemed to have automatically filtered out military science and medicine from the root. Without these people and these soldiers guarding the border, not to mention other things, just this change in the water might be the end of the Tang dynasty. Besides, in the current situation, at this time, They only knew how to recite poems and make couplets all day long and talk about the past and present. However, they didn't think about the dispute at the border. Could it be that it could be solved by just talking? If that was the case, then the world would be really peaceful. This could only be thought about. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Moreover, it was a country. If it did not have a strong military that was intimidated, how could there be peace in the world? How could there be scholars who could recite poems and talk about things of the past and the present under the bright mirror? Zhong Feng understood very well that it was very difficult to change the pedantic mentality of everyone at this time. However, he never thought that it would be so difficult. At first, he thought that it would be Yu Shinan and the others. Based on what he had shown, the promotion of these 4 people should mean that they had already accepted this kind of person. However, at this time, because of the appearance of a forging workshop, the 4 people were so angry. Obviously, they thought too much. These people were still pedantic in their bones. Respected teachers, please allow this student to tell you in detail why this student is like this. They didn't speak, but just smoked one cigarette after another. It seemed that the cigarettes made by Zhong Feng at this time had infinite magic. Zhong Feng couldn't help but curse. Damn it, didn't you say that the things made by Lao Tzu were not good? Then why are you able to accept these cigarettes? But Lao Tzu just made a forging workshop and you are like this? Seeing this, Zhong Feng said, respected teachers, what do you think of the taste of this cigarette made by me? How is the effect? They didn't know what Zhong Feng wanted to say, but they still nodded and answered Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng saw this and said, in fact, respected teachers, you don't know that the raw materials of the cigarettes in your hands are from the merchants of Hui country. For example, there is a kind of thing that can grow crazily in the dry land without rain all year round. This kind of thing is called potato, and there is another kind of thing called sweet potato. If these 2 things are introduced to the Tang dynasty will never have a shortage of food. And these things are far away from here. Yu Shinan and the others heard this and couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. They looked at the cigarettes in their hands and couldn't help but smoke. Sun Simiao seemed to be more interested in this and couldn't help but ask, boy, are you serious? If there is really that kind of food, then isn't this country very rich? Zhong Feng nodded. Then, he picked up the rag on the table and wiped off all the things written by the person who handed it to Li Chengqian on the blackboard. Then, he picked up a piece of chalk and drew a big circle on it. This is where we live. We are in this circle, and the location of our hall is probably in this place. While talking, Zhong Feng drew a circle in a place and wrote the words Tang Dynasty in the circle. Then, he said, in fact, you should also know that to the east of the Tang Dynasty is the boundless sea. But you should know that at the end of the sea is a wild land. There are many things that we don't know about growing on this land. These things are actually prepared for some people in the wild as the most basic rations. Even a large part of them is wasted. Among them are the potatoes and sweet potatoes that this boy just mentioned. There are even some things that you have never heard of. For example, chili and corn. These things are very far away, but if we want to count on these things now, for example, if we want to go to Tiendi or Persia, it will take at least half a year. It would take at least half a year to go back and forth, and there were many uncertainties in this process. We want to explore the outside world, and the outside world wants to explore our Tang dynasty. For example, the black-clothed Abbasid Caliphate that just appeared is very prosperous. As far as this boy knows, the national strength of this country is not inferior to the Tang dynasty. Chapter 803. Zhong Feng didn't stop talking. He glanced at the crowd and continued, if this country wants to conquer the East, what do you think will happen if they come into contact with the Tang dynasty? At that time, Tubo, Turkic, and other countries will take the opportunity to invade. Do we need to persuade them not to invade our country with just our words? Wrong. This requires a powerful army, an invincible army, a comfortable living environment where all of us can drink, chat, and talk about the world in peace and contentment under such circumstances. I don't know how you understood the phrase emphasizing literature and belittling military force in the past, but in White Deer College, I am a military and all other aspects mixed together. This is also the foundation of the small White Deer College. As for the current smelting technique, I have no other thoughts. I just want to make the Tang dynasty into an existence that no one dares to touch. Right now, the outside world of the Tang dynasty is very chaotic. You should have heard that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are now fighting a bloody battle to protect our Tang dynasty. What they lack is the invulnerable shield and the invincible spear that I have made. If these two things exist, please ask your teacher. Who dares to bully our Tang dynasty? At this moment, Yu Shenan's men were so shocked by Zhong Feng's words that their faces turned pale. Zhong Feng said everything he wanted to say in one breath. In fact, Zhong Feng had always wanted to say these things because the things he wanted to make were things that didn't exist in this era. For example, the firearms that were being made now and some things that he wanted to experiment with in the future. Instead of wasting his breath to explain in the future, or saying that such things would happen again, it was better to get the pain over with. At this moment, he explained everything clearly. Anyway, what was the big deal about these things? In the future, these things would slowly appear. If he didn't make the pie as round as possible, Yu Shenan's men wouldn't be the only ones who would come to drag him down. At that time, there would be countless people who would be able to drag her husband down. There would even be countless obstacles. Zhong Feng was disgusted by these things, but he also understood that they were bound to appear. Since the four big clans had taken the initiative to step forward, Zhong Feng didn't mind letting them shoulder some things for him. After all, Zhong Feng really didn't have the time to explain these things to others all day long. There were plenty of mountains to deal with. Why would he need to step forward? Zhong Feng lit a cigarette and ignored the 5 people who were deep in thought. He slowly leaned back on the reclining chair and leisurely smoked his self-made cigarettes. He knew that he had achieved the effect at this time. He just needed to give them a little time to digest it. After all, this pie was a little too big. Zhong Feng didn't hesitate to draw a part of the world map. As for how they would understand it, it would depend on their own ability. Moreover, the steam engine hadn't appeared yet. If he made these things appear at this time, it would be really harmful. Biting off more than one could chew was not an idiom. For example, the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other things that Zhong Feng mentioned now. Zhong Feng knew these things. They had been brewing for a long time in his memory. The Tang dynasty was now short of food. Many people were anxious, and the most anxious one was Zhong Feng. After all, although he now had an industry, the shortage of food in the Tang dynasty was widespread. He could support it for half a year, but after half a year, he still had to rely on himself to solve some things. Now, it was just about July and August. Potatoes, this thing, became Zhong Feng's first thing to solve. As long as potatoes appeared, Zhong Feng was confident that at least the people on the mountain would be able to eat potatoes by the end of the year. At least they wouldn't have to starve for the new year. As for after the new year, let's talk about it later. At this time, Yu Shenan was still immersed in Zhong Feng's words, unable to extricate himself for a long time. The cigarette flickered, and the sky gradually darkened. The flickering cigarette was like the stars in the dark night sky. Sometimes it illuminated a face in deep thought. Sometimes it was hidden in the darkness. After a long time, Yu Shenan asked in a hoarse voice, "Zhong Feng, old man wants to ask you. Do the things you said have to be part of your so-called military science and this forge? Old man can't understand you more and more. But boy, the long speech you said today, old man, and the others need to digest it well." Chu Suiliang also let out a long sigh. "Ah, I'm old. When a person gets old, his memory will slowly fade. Boy, you said too much information today. We need to digest it. Well, we'll leave first. By the way, this time I'm here to tell you that the cigarettes are gone. Remember to send cigarettes to old man and the others." Chapter 804. Yu Shenan and the others left in a hurry. They were really dumbfounded by Zhong Feng's words. Zhong Feng had said far too many things this time. Although in their books and their understanding of the world, they knew that this world was very large and that it was vast and abundant, in their subconscious minds, these things basically all came from the Great Tang. As for the barbarian lands outside the Great Tang, what could they possibly have? But now that they thought about what Zhong Feng said, they still felt that it was incredible. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, And that corn, new terms that they had never heard of, actually appeared here. How could they not be shocked? After they returned to their residence in a daze, Ouyang slapped his thigh and said, "No, we've been led astray by this guy." Only then did they realize what was going on. That's right. Why did they go to Zhongfeng today? Wasn't it for the academy? Why was she being led astray by him as they talked? And just at this time, when Yushanan and the others were about to go look for Zhongfeng again to reason with him, they saw Jiao Khan, that big black guy, carrying a big bundle of white paper, boldly walk into the little bamboo house. Then, with a dong sound, he placed the big bundles of white paper at their feet under the stunned gazes of Yushanan and the others. "The headmaster asked me to send this over. 50 kilograms per person. This is all the production today. He asked you to divide it among yourselves. The rest will be sent to you in several batches." While speaking, Jiao Khan turned and left without waiting for Yushanan and the others to say anything. Yushanan and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw. After Jiao Khan's figure disappeared, they hurriedly squatted on the ground and touched the white paper on the ground with trembling hands. Yushanan hugged the white paper as if he was hugging a baby who had just been born. What a waste of an immortal. This is a waste of an immortal. Boorish. Boorish. How could you just casually throw something so precious to old man on the ground? When the academy reopens, let's see how the old man will deal with this extravagance. It's simply rotten to the bone. With the prodigal Zhongfeng on top, how good can his subordinates be? The few of them held paper in their arms. Although it weighed 50 kilograms, how could they still be the frail old man? He was even more robust than a man in his prime. The few of them cursed Jiao Khan as they moved the papers on the floor onto the table bit by bit with heartache. Only then did they sniff the fragrance of the papers while rubbing their faces. Good stuff. This was really good stuff. As far as they knew, Xian paper only existed in important institutions of the court. Even if they could save as much as possible, they would only use cheap paper unless it was absolutely necessary. Apart from the administrative agencies of the Tang dynasty, the documents that were required to be reported to the prefectures were usually written on paper. Some poorer people even used bamboo slips. Once Xian paper really appeared, as long as the boys' paper was sold at a slightly cheaper price than Xian paper, which was 700 copper coins per kilogram as he said, then, although it was 300 copper coins less, but those who could afford it really didn't care about the 300 copper coins. Furthermore, this Xian paper was too expensive, and the production rate was too low. Take the 4 major paper mills in Chang'an as an example. Their monthly output was only 1,200 catties. Excluding the paper used by the imperial palace, the paper used for foreign trade, and the paper used by the various mansions every month, it would be considered a good output if they could sell 200 catties each. More importantly, if such a large amount of Xian paper appeared, not only would the people's book collections not depreciate, but it would also make the bamboo slips and Xian paper, which were not easy to preserve, more compact. Moving houses in the past required dozens of horse carriages to carry books, but now it might only require 3 horse carriages or less. What was this? This was efficiency. Back to the academy. Once the academy had so much paper, what could the students do? Why did the academy in the past have fewer students? On one hand, paper was expensive. On the other hand, it was because paper was expensive. Every day, the students could only practice in the sand table. Not only was this tiring, but it also directly reduced the efficiency. They couldn't help but start to think about it. No, the Xian paper is too precious. If this prodigal continues to waste it, sooner or later something will happen to the Xian paper. Let's go and find that boy. These Xian paper must be given to the academy first. Chu Suiliang was the first one who couldn't help but stand up. In the next moment, Yu Shanan and Sun Simiao couldn't sit still anymore. That's right. If this thing is really wasted by this boy, it will really cause a big problem. Let's go, such a good thing, let the academy use it first. The few of them were also anxious. Like a local tycoon, they treated the paper mill as their own. They didn't have the arrogance that they had when they came up the mountain and treated money like dirt. The few of them didn't have time to say anything. They hurriedly locked the door 3 times. Still feeling uneasy, Sun Simiao directly asked Elder Gao to personally guard the door for them. Then, they hurried to Zhongfeng's place. Once they entered, they didn't wait for Zhongfeng to stand up and said directly, "Zhongfeng boy, from today onwards, all sales of this Xian paper must go through our hand." Zhongfeng couldn't wrap his head around it. He said in shock, "Respected teachers, what's going on?" Chapter 805. What's going on? You're asking us what's going on? Yu Shenan was so angry that his beard was trembling. He pointed at the white paper that Zhongfeng was making cigarettes with and said with a pale face, "This paper? All right, you know more about paper than we do. But old man wants to ask you, do you still want your academy? 3 years, you only have 3 years. Why do you think old man and the others came up the mountain? I just want to see if the 9 grand scholars that you talked about can appear here. Old man thought that you were just bragging about this paper. Who would know that you can really produce so much paper in a day? Now, the academy will officially open in a month or so. Look at you now, you're sloppy all day. How much paper do these students need every day? Have you prepared all the things that the students need to go to school?" Zhongfeng was asked 3 times in a row by Yu Shenan and didn't know what to say. "Weren't you all doing well before? What's wrong with you?" Zhongfeng felt a headache coming on. "Dear teachers, I also want to wait for this white paper to come out. After you use it and are satisfied, I'm going to tell you about it. Since all of you are so considerate of my academy, then I'll tell you my plan." Yu Shenan and the others automatically filtered out Zhongfeng's words about what would happen after they were used. From the moment they came up the mountain, they didn't give Zhongfeng a chance to talk about it. Now that Zhongfeng said so, they reacted. "Bring me a brush and ink." Yu Shenan waved his sleeves and looked at Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him. He touched his nose and slowly took out a brush and ink and put it on the tea table in front of Yu Shenan. Yu Shenan didn't hesitate. He took out a few pieces of white paper that Zhongfeng had cut for cigarettes, dipped it in ink and wrote a line of words. Then he hurriedly stood up and stood under the lamp to carefully observe the changes of the ink. They stared at the paper in the flickering candlelight with their eyes wide open, but they were silently keeping track of the time. After 10 breaths, Yu Shenan took the paper from under the lamp, dipped his finger in some saliva and pressed it on the paper. There was no ink at all. Yu Shenan didn't believe it and wiped the paper with his sleeve. He still couldn't wipe the ink off. Their pupils couldn't help but flicker fiercely under the candlelight again. After they checked the ink on the paper, Yu Shenan said with satisfaction, "We have checked the paper. Now let's talk about the serious matter. How do you think we should do it?" While speaking, Yu Shenan lit a cigarette. The cigarette, which was as thick as a little finger, went out one by one under the lamp. Zhongfeng coughed and said, "Dear teachers, I have some opinions about the teaching of the academy. I wonder if you can listen to me?" But before he spoke, Sun Simiao coughed and interrupted Zhongfeng. Zhongfeng glanced at Sun Simiao, who rarely spoke about the academy. He couldn't help thinking, didn't he just give me the paper? Could it be? But Zhongfeng still said respectfully, "Please enlighten me, Mr. Sun." Sun Simiao touched his beard and smoked. He looked up and down at Zhongfeng and then said, "You are a very smart person. In the future, your achievements will reach a level that the old man can't imagine. At this time, although you haven't entered the palace to meet the emperor, the old man knows that the emperor favors you very much. This is your luck." The old man won't say anything more. "Now, you've created so many things in one go. Just like what you said before, it's easy to break if you're too rigid. Remember, don't be arrogant because of your talent. Now, you're not only the dean of the academy, but also a great Confucian scholar and an official of the imperial court. You have to set an example for everything. As a minister and a student, you have to remember one thing, that is, steadiness. Even if you are smart, if you don't, your achievements in the future will be limited. It will even be difficult for you to become a great person." Zhongfeng blinked. He really couldn't understand at the moment. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask, Mr. Sun, how am I not steady?" Hearing this, Sun Simiao smiled faintly and shook his head. This brat was still trying to pick a fight. Sun Simiao, Yu Qigong, and the others laughed and said, "You still dare to ask?" The old man asked you. You once boasted that you could become 9 grand scholars. Isn't that enough? Right now, the White Deer Academy has basically become the place where the eyes of everyone in the world gather. You should be even more careful with your words and actions. Others won't say anything if you say it after you've achieved your goal. But if you say it 3 years ago, in the hearts of those who have ulterior motives, you're simply too rash. How can you do such a laughable thing? There are actually people who want to laugh at me. Zhong Feng was instantly unhappy and cursed in his heart. In fact, this kind of thing was common in any era. After all, those who couldn't eat grapes would always say that the grapes were sour. Thus, Zhong Feng revealed a confident smile. "I think my image is quite good." Yu Shanan and the others couldn't bear to watch any longer. They hurriedly interrupted. All right. You brat, stop arguing. If you want to continue, what can we do? Remember, we are all experienced people. What we say is for your own good. Zhong Feng pursed his lips. He didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Yu Shanan asked contentedly, "Then tell us now. What plans do you have for the college? It would be best if it can be decided by tonight. That way, we won't have to waste our time on this mountain." "Fine. You're so bored that your balls hurt. I was still wondering if you guys were trying to trick me. Now, it seems like it's time to find something for you guys." Chapter 806. Zhong Feng hurriedly straightened his face and stood up. "Dear teachers, I really have a big thing here, and I need your help." Yu Shanan and the others saw this. They looked at each other, and there was a touch of understanding in their eyes. "Boy, tell us about it." Yu Shanan waved his hand. "After all, we have been eating and drinking on this mountain for a few days. If we don't find something to do, it can't be justified." Hearing this, Zhong Feng's face flashed with a touch of excitement. "Dear teachers, even if you live on this mountain for 8 or 10 years, it is a blessing that I can't even ask for." "How can you say that? That's enough. Put away your flattery. It's useless in front of us." Yu Shanan glared at Zhong Feng, lit a cigarette and took a puff. "Tell us about it. If it's not difficult or you want us to carry bricks, you'd better not say it." "How can I?" Zhong Feng said with a straight face. "However, there is still 1 month before the academy officially opens. I have made a few sets of books here, which are the books needed for teaching. I hope you can take a look." While speaking, Zhong Feng took out several thread-bound blue books that were the same size as the books of that era from under the pillow in the bedroom and handed them to the others. However, these books were written with the titles of military science, medicine, physics, literature, mathematics, and several major categories. They looked at it and then glanced at Sun Simiao doubtfully. Sun Simiao smiled faintly. "Good guy, you even calculated the old man?" However, Sun Simiao still took the medical book and read it with relish. Then, when they were reading the books, Zhong Feng said, "Now the teaching method of the Tang dynasty is generally based on reading the Book of Songs, the Analects of Confucius, and the teacher's narration. Therefore, the students are going to completely change this teaching method. In the morning, they will read the books of the sages for 2 hours, and then study literary works in the next 2 hours. The works of the great masters from ancient times to the present and the stories behind them will be explored by the students after class. After that, they would rest for 3 hours, eat, and rest. In the afternoon, they would memorize the books of the sages and study other subjects, such as mathematics, and so on. In the evening, during the last lesson, they would study medicine, leaving some time for them to complete their assigned homework. The next morning, the teachers would review their homework and interpret their doubts. Zhong Feng talked about the primary school curriculum and junior high school curriculum he had imagined, as well as the teaching method based on the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Except for Yu Shanan, who had heard it once, the others were all immersed in the textbooks written by Zhong Feng at this time. "Boy, old man wants to ask you, what is your so-called medicine and this alcohol? Don't we use quicklime for disinfection now? Can you tell old man what this alcohol is?" This, Zhong Feng naturally knew that Sun Simiao was going to ask questions. He hurriedly said, "Old son, this alcohol is actually something extracted from white wine. I want to ask you, old son, if you encounter a red wound, what is the general survival rate? I mean, for example, a wound that is more than 1 foot long and has already festered. Yu Shan'an and the others heard this and couldn't help but raise their heads curiously. They also had a lot of questions, but when they heard the word alcohol, they couldn't help but be interested. Sun Simiao said without thinking, if it's a leg or a hand, if it's in spring or summer, if old man or a doctor personally takes care of it, it's basically possible to survive more than a month's weather. What if it's on the battlefield? Or the wound has already festered? Zhong Feng asked again. A handful of quicklime, and the rest depends on the person himself and the medicine. As for whether it can be cured or not, it depends on the person's body. Sun Simiao continued. Zhong Feng nodded. People in this era didn't know what medicine was at all, let alone what medical care was. If he said too much, the others wouldn't understand. Zhong Feng just said, if such a person is in my hands, if I say that I have a 100% chance of saving his life, would you believe it? And in addition to not being able to regenerate broken limbs, I also know the blood for blood technique. Would you believe it? When Sun Simiao heard this, his expression changed abruptly. He flipped open Zhong Feng's magical medical book again, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, Kid, I don't know who your teacher is, but with this medical book in old man's hands, you will definitely surpass Bien Q, Hua Tuor, and other medical sages. Why did you publicize this magical medical book to the public? Do you know the importance of this book? Once it spreads, your White Deer College will instantly become the target of public criticism. Zhong Feng smiled. The road needs people to walk on it. When many people walk on it, it will naturally appear. Look at the road, I naturally know what I'm doing. Chapter 807. Yet another famous phrase from his mouth. Yu Shan'an and the others felt that Zhong Feng's appearance was simply a blow to them. However, Zhong Feng continued, Elder son, at the end of this book, there are all the annotations of what I just said. If you really don't understand, how about I give you a practical experiment when I have time? Also, I have prepared some alcohol and some toothpaste. The people on this mountain will more or less be injured. Why don't you experiment according to what I wrote in the book? No. Boy, are you sure that these things can be learned by everyone? Sun Simiao didn't ask whether Zhong Feng was telling the truth. Instead, he was extremely worried about what Zhong Feng was going to do at this time. Although he also knew that if this thing in his hand was spread out, the more people who learned it, the more benefits the people of the Tang dynasty would receive, he didn't know whether this was good or bad. Zhong Feng smiled indifferently. Since I have handed this thing to you, as for how to teach it, it's all up to you. As for how many disciples you want to accept and how many good seedlings you find, you need to select from these disciples on the mountain. You know, boy, lazy. Sun Simiao smiled speechlessly. Well, since you dare to not take out such a peerless book, then old man will accompany you in your madness. Old man wants to see what kind of waves this medical book of yours can create. Also, this old man would like to see what you can achieve with your so-called physics and this science. Since you're willing to give us your trump card, then if we don't give you a reassuring pill, you'll definitely get angry. Yu Shan'an closed the book in his hand. After exchanging glances with Ouyang Zun and the others, he added, Boy, as elder son said, whether it is the medical book or the things in our hands, since you are so assured, although we don't know whether this method is right or not, since you said so, we will treat it as an attempt. If it succeeds, you will be a hero of the Tang dynasty and the hero of our thousands of students. But, are you sure that the things in this book can be taught? Yu Shan'an waved the book in his hand and asked. Zhong Feng shook his head and said, It can be taught. As for how to teach, it depends on the teachers. I mean, in each book, I have marked the difficulty level. As for the new students, I still suggest that everyone should have a basic understanding. That is to say, the first 10 pages can be taught at will. After that, I will perfect this novice teaching material with the teachers. From the 11th page to the 20th page, I'm going to teach this student tomorrow. Of course, in the second year, we'll be able to pick out the good and bad results, as well as what a person is suited for and what kind of talent they have. We'll focus on nurturing them. As for the last 10 pages, we can teach them in the third year. All the classes will be divided into 3 classes, A, B, and C, The students who are recruited every year need to be rehearsed and divided into classes according to this order. As for the most accurate ones, we will have to wait until the third year to find the elites. I am going to set up a special training class. At that time, these elites will be able to learn some more sophisticated things, such as the manufacturing technique, the hematopoietic blood exchange technique, physics, and so on. Zhong Feng slowly explained the division of classes, as well as how the textbooks should be taught, bit by bit. Everything was explained in detail. In the first year, it was basically science, so that everyone would have a sense of hygiene and awareness in all aspects. This was not difficult. He only needed to teach them some things to pay attention to in daily life and how to distinguish some things that they encountered in daily life. As for the second year, this was the key. As for the third year, this was the time to really find and cultivate the key talents for the science and technology department of the academy. Although Zhong Feng was confident that he could educate all these people within a year, the difficulty was that these people still had no way to accept these things. Therefore, he needed 2 years to change their thinking, and the last year was the most critical sprint. After a detailed introduction, Yu Shinan and the others finally completely annihilated the idea that Zhong Feng was crazy. What exactly was this kid thinking in his head? After Zhong Feng finished talking for a long time, Yu Shinan and the others still had their heads down. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhong Feng was not in a hurry. He just stood in front of them, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. He knew that these all needed time to digest. He had said too many things today. So many that Zhong Feng wondered if these people could digest them completely. Yu Shinan and the others smoked one cigarette after another. From time to time, they would gather together and mutter a few words. Zhong Feng saw that the cigarettes in the basket were getting fewer and fewer. Zhong Feng suspected that these old guys could not sleep at night and were smoking here. Just after the last cigarette was smoked by Chu Suiliang, and the cigarette holder was still unsatisfied, the few of them clapped their hands and said, "Kid, we have decided. Old man and the others will accompany you in your madness, but there will be enough cigarettes and alcohol." Chapter 808. The next morning, Zhong Feng got up early, which was rare for him. He sneaked out of the crowd and found Cripple Wang. Cripple Wang was so excited when he heard Jiao Khan say that Zhong Feng was looking for him that he almost jumped 3 feet high. Since he took over the business of making beer cans, he had the final say in the market of bamboo and wooden barrels in the Chang'an brewery. Because of Zhong Feng's appearance, Cripple Wang and his family, as well as the veterans in the reclining workshop, could not only fill their stomachs, but also find a good match on the mountain. How could Cripple Wang not be excited? As soon as he entered Zhong Feng's room, Cripple Wang was so excited that he almost bowed down and worshipped him. Zhong Feng did not wait for him to react. He hurried out of the room and whispered in his ear, "Come with me," although he did not know what Zhong Feng was doing so mysteriously. However, Cripple Wang was someone who had been on the battlefield, so he still had a discerning eye. He hurriedly put away the excitement on his face and vigilantly pulled out the hatchet from his waist. He held it tightly in his hand and followed Jiao Khan to Zhong Feng's left and right. Zhong Feng didn't say anything. He led the two of them around the stone road that was being paved at the construction site. After that, they went to the forging workshop to take a look. Then, they went into another valley beside the forging workshop. This mountain valley looked ordinary and unremarkable. But basically, everyone in Mount Xiao knew about it. The pine trees here couldn't be compared to others. Not to mention the pine trees that required 3 people to wrap around, even the pine trees that required 10 people to wrap around were everywhere. And all the wooden things in Xingshan Academy were made from this place. At this time, Cripple Wang could not help muttering in his heart. This place not only produced pine trees, but also a kind of wild rabbit that specialized in eating wild rabbits with pine nuts. The meat of this thing was very famous even in Chang'an. Could it be that the dean called them here early in the morning to hunt rabbits? However, before the 3 of them entered the woodworking factory that was covered with white bark, they heard 2 loud shouts and hearty laughter coming from the corner in front. "Ha ha ha, Chen Tianyu, you've lost. Hurry up and give Laro Tzu 10 shots. Bullsh *T. You're the one who cheated, okay?" Laro Tzu even chased the hare into the tree hole. Don't tell me that Lao Tzu didn't know to catch it himself. Hearing Cheng Chumo's familiar voice, Zhong Feng was a little confused. These people were the kind of people who wouldn't get out of bed until the sun was up. Why were they here so early? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Without waiting for Zhong Feng to take any action, a loud sound of wind breaking could be heard. Jiao Khan's hair instantly stood on end. He couldn't care about anything else and rushed towards Zhong Feng. It was also at this moment that a wooden stick as thick as an arm swept over the top of their heads. Chen Tianyu, are you trying to take Lao Tzu's life? Zhong Feng was finally angry. Looking at the wooden stick not far away, his eyelids twitched wildly. If it really hit him, not to mention breaking his arms and legs, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, who were fighting together, were shocked when they heard this. Li Chengqian and the others, who were squatting at the side, were also shocked. They hurriedly got up and rushed over in a panic. The moment they saw Zhong Feng, their expressions changed abruptly. Fengzi, why are you here? F*ck, Jiao Khan, are you a blockhead? Why didn't you tell us that Fengzi was coming? Fengzi, are you okay? The few of them hurriedly propped Zhong Feng up and pinched here and there. Zhong Feng was a little annoyed. Let me ask you, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Seeing that Zhong Feng was fine, the few of them breathed a sigh of relief. They mysteriously brought Zhong Feng to the place where they were just now. This was the place where all the beams, purlins, and doors and windows were made on the abandoned mountain. It was convenient to use the local materials. The few of them also made a few small wooden houses with wood here, which looked quite artistic. Entering one of the slightly larger wooden houses, the first thing that entered his nose was the smell of rosin. There were also 3 roasted hares roasting in the fire in the middle of the wooden house. Fengzi, isn't it because I saw you talking to those old fellows too late last night? The few of us were thinking of getting some wild game to satisfy your cravings. Zhong Feng didn't believe that these people would be so kind. He asked suspiciously, really? Li Chengqian pointed at the hares on the fire, and then pointed at the pile of rabbit skins outside the door. Look, these are still fresh. We were planning to have a good drink when you woke up. You are unaccountably solicitous. Tell me, what do you want? Zhong Feng immediately became alert. Li Chengqian was taken aback when he heard that. Zhong Feng, we brothers have been smoking for the past 2 days and nearly smoked ourselves to death, not to mention you. We brothers think that you need some nourishment, so we're thinking of changing your name. Fine, if you don't want to eat it, we can eat it. Hearing that, Zhong Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. In the past few days, he was really scared of being extorted by these people. At this time, hearing what they said, Zhong Feng felt that they were really greedy and came to get hares. Chapter 809. They shouted that they had been wronged. Zhong Feng didn't think much of it. He flipped through the golden rabbit and slowly took out a few bottles and jars from his bosom. Instantly, the eyes of Li Chengqian and the others lit up. Zhong Sun Chong was even more surprised as he asked, could it be that you're also here to hunt this game? Do you think Lao Tzu is as lazy as you? Zhong Feng rolled his eyes. Lao Tzu is here for something important. Who would be like you? You're tired of eating beggar's chicken, so you're here to hunt game behind my back? Hey. Cheng Chumo couldn't take it anymore. He pushed Yuqi Baolin and said, it's all because of this kid. The 3 of them said they wanted to give you a gift and came to us early in the morning. In the end, it was Li Gan who spoke. We thought about it and felt that you don't lack anything except delicious food. So we asked a few people and learned that the wild rabbits here are good. That's why we came here to hunt some wild rabbits for you. Iron Bull, it's my fault. I didn't tell Fengzi in advance. This is my fault. Since brother Fengzi doesn't like it, I'll go down the mountain now. Come on, you guys. Stop acting. You're not cut out for it. Zhong Feng was speechless as he looked at their clumsy acting skills. This time, I really didn't come here for this. Otherwise, have you ever seen me wake up so early? Seeing that Zhong Feng had exposed them, they didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, they asked curiously, then what are you doing here? Zhong Feng tore off a rabbit leg and said as he chewed, Do you remember that I was looking for carpenters? Hearing this, Li Chengqian's eyes flashed. Are you talking about the carpenters that your father-in-law found for you? Zhong Feng wanted to explain, but he was too lazy to do so. Anyway, these people wouldn't believe him. He nodded and said, "That's them. Didn't you notice that there was a group of people in the forest who were also doing carpentry?" When they heard this, they thought for a while and really remembered. A group of mysterious craftsmen came to this forest. They didn't cut down trees every day. Instead, they wandered in the forest and finally carried a few odd-looking trees or roots the size of an arm into a bamboo forest. No one knew what they were doing. As long as there were strangers, they would immediately stop and hide the things they made as if they were treasures. So it turned out that these people were found by Fengzi, this kid. A few people couldn't help but come forward and ask, "What are these people doing?" Anyway, I heard that it's quite mysterious. Mysterious? Zhong Feng smiled. You'll know soon enough. While speaking, Zhong Feng called for a few people to eat and drink together. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhong Feng let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Everyone smoked and slowly walked into the depths of the forest under Zhong Feng's lead. The pine forest was very deep. However, because of the logging, the roads that were trampled out in all directions and the flattened trees exposed large areas of land that hadn't seen the sun for a long time. The person Zhong Feng was looking for. It was at a place called the Kidney Cliff. After climbing for half an hour, they could faintly see a dense bamboo forest with bursts of smoke rising in spirals. Who is it? The arrival of these people was obviously noticed by the people on the cliff. After a shout, Zhong Feng hurriedly waved his hand. "It's me, Fengzi." Hearing this, there was no movement for a moment, but there was a rustling sound. When they climbed up the cliff, the top of the cliff was very spacious. It was at least 100 square meters. These craftsmen used the dense bamboo to tidy up the place and turned it into a place for people to live. At this time, more than 30 men in their 40s and even their 70s and 80s were respectfully standing by the side of the only mountain path that led to the cliff. When they saw Zhong Feng and the others going up the mountain, a man in his 40s hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I'm Zhong Wei." "Greetings, young master," Zhong Feng said perfunctorily and asked, "Today, I'm here to, young master, I know what you're here for. I've prepared everything for you. Please take a look." While speaking, Zhong Wei was about to lead Zhong Feng to see the things they moved out. Zhong Feng waved his hand instead. "These people are all old craftsmen from the Ministry of Works from Longyu Road?" "Yes, young master." Zhong Wei pointed to an old man standing behind him and said, "This is an old craftsman from the Ministry of Works, but his from the previous dynasty." Zhong Wei's voice was normal at the beginning, but only Zhong Feng could hear the latter part. Hearing this, the old man cupped his hands at Zhong Feng. "Old man Cao Jun greets the dean. These people are all from my family." Seeing this, Zhong Feng hurriedly bowed. "So it's old master Cao." Cao Jun had never seen Zhong Feng act like this before. Seeing this, he was shocked and hurriedly reached out to help Zhong Feng. However, he was afraid that the calluses on his hands would prick Zhong Feng, so he anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. After bowing, Zhong Feng looked at the people behind the old man and said, "These are old master Cao's family. Then why don't I see the women in old master Cao's family?" Hearing this, Cao Jun pointed down the mountain. "Thanks to old master Zhong's kindness, my family of more than 30 people are now working in the food factory at the foot of the mountain." Hearing this, Zhong Feng dropped the subject. He waved to Cripple Wang behind him and said, "Old master Cao, is there any progress on the matter that I asked you to do?" "I'm ashamed to say this." A hint of shame flashed across Cao Jun's wrinkled face as he said, "These things are too superior, so this old man only managed to rush out the first batch of prototypes last night. I didn't expect that Sir Dean would come personally. This old man has been negligent. You're too kind. It's already good enough that you were able to produce them in time. I thought that these things would take at least a month to produce. I didn't expect old Master Cao to be able to produce them in just half a month." Chapter 8:10. The conversation between Zhong Feng and Elder Cao. Li Chengqian and the rest were dumbfounded. What kind of conversation was this? They could not understand a single word. Their gazes involuntarily drifted to the wooden platforms not far away. They saw strange things placed on the tables. They did not know what they were used for, but they were densely engraved with ink marks. They did not know what they were used for. Zhongfeng and Old Cow chatted for a long time, and after Zhongfeng obtained some useful information, he pointed to Cripple Wang and said, "Old Cow, the first thing I came here for today is to see how these things are going. The second thing is to make them. If they are done, then I will mass produce them. At the very least, within the next month, I will need at least 10 sets of these things." Cripple Wang nodded and said, "In addition, I have another important thing." As he spoke, Zhongfeng pointed to Cripple Wang and said, "He is also a craftsman I trust. The beer cans you drink are all made by him. You can call him Cripple Wang. As for his name, I don't know. You can contact him later, but his craftsmanship is excellent. If you can, work with him and make 2,000 sets of tables and chairs in a short time. How about it?" "What? 2,000 sets?" This elder cow was almost scared to death. 2,000 sets a month. Wasn't this asking for his life? Cripple Wang seemed to be prepared for this. He did not say anything and still stood behind Zhongfeng, unmoved. However, Zhongfeng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say anything else. Let me take a look at what you have made. As for the tables and chairs, you guys can divide the work among yourselves. Cripple Wang has 300. How many people does Cripple Wang have?" 329 brothers who know carpentry. "Old Cow, don't worry. These people are all veterans. They will not share your share. We only need to take care of their food, accommodation, wine, and meat." Cao Jun heaved a deep sigh of relief when he heard this. Li Chengqian and the others couldn't help but look at Zhongfeng in surprise. If there was a need for tables and chairs, tens of thousands of them could be found in Chang'an City. Why was he in a hurry to make them now? Come, Lord Ju, please." Without waiting for Li Chengqian and the others to ask, Cao Jun hurriedly led Zhongfeng to see the treasures that Zhongfeng had ordered. Li Chengqian and the others hurriedly followed. They wanted to see what Zhongfeng was up to, acting so mysteriously. However, when they came closer, they discovered that the semicircular object in Zhongfeng's hand was dug out from something that looked like a tree root. Not only that, there were 2 holes on it, and there were also some markings on it that looked like a ruler. Li Chengqian couldn't help but walk around Zhongfeng. He picked up a triangular ruler from the table and asked curiously, "Hey, Fengzi, what is this thing?" At this moment, Zhongfeng felt some admiration for Cao Jun. Although it wasn't an iron compass or a triangular ruler, it was exactly the same as the template that he had made. Zhongfeng couldn't help but be speechless. "This thing is the teaching aid that I mentioned before. You don't recognize it?" Li Chengqian's pupils constricted. "Teaching aid? You want us to be carpenters?" Cao Jun's eyes lit up when he heard that. Although Li Chengqian and the others didn't know their identities, they looked quite extraordinary from the way they were dressed. Cao Jun couldn't help but feel a little excited. Zhongfeng looked at Li Chengqian as if he was looking at an idiot. "When did I say that I wanted you to be a carpenter? Do you think I want you to kill people just because I asked you to buy a knife? What are you thinking about?" Li Chengqian heard that and finally calmed down. He waved the triangular ruler in his hand and said, "Then what is this thing for?" Cheng Chumo wanted to play, but Li Chengqian glared at him and stopped. If he were to play with this thing, wouldn't it be ruined? Zhongfeng looked at the compass, triangular ruler, and other things one by one. He looked at Cao Jun and said, "This thing is not bad. Make it according to this. If you can get some white paint on it, that would be even better. But it's okay, just follow this." Then, Zhongfeng looked at Li Chengqian and said, "Do you still remember how to calculate? This thing will be the main tool for calculation in the future. Do you want to ask, since you can memorize the multiplication and division table, what's the use of this thing?" Zhongfeng didn't wait for Li Chengqian to ask. Instead, he asked directly. Li Chengqian nodded. "Because what you have learned is just the tip of the iceberg." After that, Zhongfeng took out a blueprint from his chest and waved his hand to get Old Cow and Cripple Wang to come closer. Zhong Wei, Li Chengqian, and the others instantly surrounded him. They saw Zhong Feng's blueprint. Blueprints of modern desks and benches were laid out on the paper. Zhong Feng looked at Cao Jun and said, "How is it, Elder Cao? Are you confident? Can you make this thing?" Cao Jun and Cripple Wang both frowned and stared at the blueprint for a long time. Then, they said, "It's possible, but, no buts. Old Cao, I will be in charge of the materials and you will be in charge of the mortise and tenon. How about that?" Cripple Wang patted Cao Jun's shoulder with certainty. Cao Jun thought for a while, then finally narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. "Okay. Since Brother Wang has said so, then this old man would like to see if my Cao family's men can rush out these tables and chairs within a month." Chapter 8:11. Deep in the Imperial Palace. Inside Li Yuan's palace. An old eunuch hurriedly entered Li Yuan's palace with a jade box in his hands. At this time, inside the palace, there were water wheels made with strange and ingenious skills placed all around. The rows of water wheels formed two winding lines, like a miniature version of mountains and rivers. In an instant, the stuffy and hot aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the front hall of the sleeping quarters, a dozen or so scantily clad women were currently singing and dancing on the waterside pavilion surrounded by water on all sides. And right above the waterside pavilion, Li Yuan was embracing 4 women, waving a golden poker on a high platform and killing in all directions. And as soon as the old eunuch entered, there were instantly 12 female guards carrying Modao swords in their hands, blocking the old eunuch's path. The old eunuch hurriedly shouted, replying to the young masters, "This is a gift that His Highness the Crown Prince asked someone to bring from Xiao Mountain to retired emperor. Please inform him." Actually, Li Yuan's personal old eunuch had already seen his arrival long ago. He deliberately delayed for a moment, then slowly walked forward, asking neither coldly nor warmly, "Eunuch Ju, what are you here for?" The old eunuch who just came in hurriedly bowed and said, replying to Eunuch Ling, "This one is under the Crown Prince's orders to deliver a good toy to retired emperor. The Crown Prince brought it down from Xiao Mountain." Hearing this, Eunuch Ling's pale eyebrows raised. He hurriedly took the jade box from Eunuch Ju's hands, then waved his hand and said, "Wait." Then, he hurriedly bypassed the waterside pavilion, stepped into the pavilion on the 2nd floor, and handed the jade box to Li Yuan. "Retired Emperor, this is something that His Highness the Crown Prince brought down from Xiao Mountain." Li Yuan, who was in high spirits, stopped playing cards when he heard Xiao Mountain. He grabbed the jade box in Eunuch Ling's hands and asked with a face full of curiosity, "What is this?" Replying to retired Emperor, "This servant does not know." Without waiting for Eunuch Ling to finish speaking, Li Yuan already opened the jade box with a click. Something from Xiao Mountain, and sent by Li Chengqian, it should be a good thing without a doubt. But after Li Yuan opened the jade box, he was somewhat dazed. Only to see inside the jade box. Rows of white things as thick as a little finger were neatly lying inside. Li Yuan could not help but be stunned. "Eunuch Ling, where is the person who sent this thing?" "Waiting outside the hall." "Pass." Li Yuan was also not the least bit sloppy. He had seen this white paper a few days ago, and it was very comfortable for him. He was planning to go to Xiao Mountain to take a look. How long had it been? What did this brat come up with again? Not long after, Eunuch Ju bowed and followed Eunuch Ling forward. At this time, Li Yuan no longer had the mood to enjoy the singing and dancing and playing cards. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the crowd. Holding the cigarette in front of his nose, he sniffed it and asked, "Let me ask you, did the Crown Prince really bring this thing down from Xiao Mountain?" "In reply to your Majesty, it was His Highness the Crown Prince's personal bodyguard who sent him back to the palace." Eunuch Ju quickly prostrated himself on the ground. Li Yuan asked again, "What is this? Tell me clearly, what is the use of this thing?" Seeing this, Eunuch Ju prostrated himself even lower. "Replying to your Majesty, this thing is called a cigarette. It's also called a cigarette by the Crown Prince and the others. It was created by Prince Zhong. This thing can refresh the mind and, to refresh the mind, cigarettes." Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Following Eunuch Ju's instructions, Li Yuan gently lit the cigarette above the oil lamp. However, That snatching smell made Li Yuan cough involuntarily. When those female bodyguards saw this, their expressions changed greatly. They shouted in unison and were about to chop off Eunuch Ju's head. Eunuch Ju seemed to have guessed it long ago. He hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, this thing will be like this for the first time. His Highness the Crown Prince said that this thing is like Prince Zhong's wine. Would Your Majesty please allow this servant to demonstrate a thing or two? Quick, quick, quick." Where did all this nonsense come from? Li Yuan drank a large jar of water. Only then did he stop coughing. He looked at the cigarette in Eunuch Ju's hand with some surprise. Eunuch Ju climbed up and took out half a cigarette from his bosom. Then, he lit it on the lamp beside the waterside pavilion and demonstrated for Li Yuan to see. Seeing this, Li Yuan came to a realization. According to the old eunuch's instructions, after 3 cigarettes, other than his head being a little dizzy, everything else was fine. Moreover, because of sleep problems, he, who had always been dizzy, appeared particularly energetic at this time. Li Yuan could not help but look at the cigarette in shock. Then Zhen asks you, "Did Yu Shenan and the others have any comments on this thing?" Yu Shenan and the others were on the mountain. It was impossible for them not to know about this matter. Whether it was good or bad, as long as they asked, they would know. Eunuch Ju could not help but be stunned. After hesitating for a moment, Li Yuan frowned slightly, summoned the Crown Prince's bodyguard commander to come see Zhen quickly. These people did not know. But how could he not know about the bodyguard commander who stayed on the mountain all day? Seeing this, Eunuch Ling flung his whisk and stood at the entrance of the hall, shouting, "Come, summon the Crown Prince's bodyguard commander to see His Majesty." At this time, Li Yuan was even more eager to go up the mountain to take a look. While smoking, Li Yuan walked out of the main hall. Without waiting for Li Yuan to walk out of the main hall, Li Chengqian's Hu-Wei commander had already appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Without waiting for the commander to kneel, Li Yuan asked anxiously, "Zhen asks you, this thing, what did Yu Shenan and the others say?" Replying retired emperor, "It's not just Mr. Boshi and the others. Right now, everyone on the mountain is holding this thing in their mouths. They say that people who don't smoke don't have the ability. People who don't have the ability don't deserve to stay on the mountain." Chapter 8:12. Li Yuan carefully inquired about the situation of the people on the mountain. Even the matter of Gao Khan and Li Chengqian getting drunk on cigarettes, as well as the blunder caused by Zhong Feng smoking for the first time, entered Li Yuan's ears. Li Yuan looked at the wisp of smoke rising in spirals from his hand, his eyes shining. "Good stuff, simply good stuff. We ask you, where does Your Majesty have it?" "Yes, the various dukes sent it to the imperial palace yesterday. However, the strength of yesterday's cigarette was too great. The Crown Prince felt that Your Majesty would not be able to bear it. As a result, when Prince Zhong's improved cigarette was produced today, the Crown Prince hurriedly ordered this lowly subordinate to deliver it to retired emperor immediately." At the beginning, Li Yuan was still somewhat annoyed. However, after hearing the imperial bodyguard commander say that the improved cigarette was delivered, his anger turned to joy. "Not bad, at least this fellow has a bit of conscience. Come, come, come. Eunuch Ling, distribute the cigarettes, one for each person. Accompany us to have a taste. This is the treasure of Mount Yi." Hearing this, the eyes of Li Yuan's concubines instantly brightened. Chattering, they surrounded Li Yuan. However, there were only 20 or so cigarettes in a box. Li Yuan personally lit a few cigarettes for the concubines, having them take turns smoking. Afterwards, the people at his side did the same. Soon, only 3 cigarettes remained in the box. However, Li Yuan was not afraid. Right now, he was the vice principal of Mount Yi. Anyone could have less of these cigarettes, but could he? The crowd held this novel toy, looking left and right. Immediately, amidst Li Yuan's loud laughter, the crowd coughed one after another. Just as the harem was in a state of chaos, the matter of Zhong Feng's cigarettes slowly spread throughout the imperial palace. Although these things were rare, there were always people who could obtain some from Mount Yi. Especially Niu Jindar and company. At this moment, in Taiji Palace, Zhong's son Wu Go was in the middle of discussing something with Princess Changle. However, At this moment, a series of rustling sounds and strange smells came from outside the door, causing this dignified empress to instantly become angry. Who is outside? The noise outside immediately stopped. Afterwards, a series of kneeling sounds could be heard. Flustered eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly said, "Empress, no, nothing was done." Jongsun Wugo frowned. "Come in and talk to me." As he spoke, he hugged Princess Changping, who was only a few years old, and looked coldly at the people who had just opened the door. As soon as everyone entered, they saw Jongsun and Wugo's gloomy and cold expression. They couldn't help but feel apprehensive in their hearts as they knelt on the ground before the two women. "Why were you waiting outside just now? What is this smell? Little Hua, what is that in your hand?" Jongsun and Wugo instantly saw the burning white thing that Xiao Hua hid behind him. It seemed to be very similar to the white paper that the emperor brought back. When little Hua heard this, his face turned pale. In reply to the empress, this is a cigarette. Cigarettes? Empress Jongsun was a little puzzled. "Bring it up for me to take a look. Wasn't this something similar to incense? Where did this incense come from? Why use such expensive white paper?" Little Hua didn't dare to delay in the slightest. Although Empress Jongsun was an easygoing person, once she got angry, it wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. Little Gizi hurriedly handed the cigarette in his trembling hand to Jongsun and Wugo. After observing it closely, Empress Jongsun still couldn't understand the use of this thing. Empress Jongsun couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where did this thing come from?" "It's from the emperor." Xiao Huazi was so excited that he opened his mouth and gave Empress Jongsun a big fright. "What?" "It was given to this servant by the emperor's eunuch, Little Gizi." Hearing this, Jongsun and Wugo let out a deep sigh of relief. "Tell me, where did this thing come from, and why would such expensive white paper be used for this thing? Tell me in detail." This empress naturally won't delve into it. "If you dare to lie, this empress will make your skin split open." How could little Hua endure this? In a panic, he spilled out everything. "So this thing came from Mount Yi." The first person Jongsun and Wugo thought of was the guy she saw in the small tavern last time. Zhong Feng. Other than him, no one dared to waste white paper like this. And most importantly, this white paper was made by him. What else wouldn't he do? Little Hua confessed in full detail. Jongsun and Wugo couldn't help but frown. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Since when did the palace become so chaotic because of one thing? "Empress, please forgive me. This humble one. Little Hua and the others turned pale with fright and repeatedly begged for mercy. Jongsun and Wugo smelled the smoke and threw the burning cigarette to little Hua in disgust. "From now on, in this empress bedroom, you're not allowed to smell this thing. Otherwise, this empress will hold you accountable. You can all leave." "Leave?" As if thinking of something, Jongsun and Wugo asked when they were about to be released, "Where is the emperor now?" Little Hua trembled when he heard this. In the Imperial Study, prepare the Imperial Study. Chapter 8:13. In the Imperial Study. Li Shimin was lying on the soft couch with his clothes in a mess. Yu Qigong, Niu Jindar, Cheng Yarojin, and Qin Qiong were sitting on the benches next to him, smoking and bragging. They were talking about the interesting stories of Zhong Feng in the academy. Li Shimin laughed and said, "So, Feng's research institute is open just like that?" No one knew what Li Shimin was talking about. Niu Jindar couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Your Majesty, what is the research institute you are talking about?" "Haha, you won't understand even if I tell you. But those craftsmen from the western regions came at the right time. Dear Niu, tell me, what reward do you want?" Niu Jindar and the others were not fools. From the emperor's words just now, they could tell that something was amiss. Although they didn't know what the research institute was, when the emperor talked about these people, they instantly thought of something. When Niu Jindar heard this, he put the cigarette in his mouth and stood up. "Your Majesty, if you really want to reward me, why don't you give me Zhong Feng's first batch of firearms?" "No." Cheng Yaojin's eyes turned red. "Your Majesty, there is no room for discussion. You promised me that when this thing came out, it would be in my barracks. Come on, The emperor is talking about the invulnerable shield and spear. When did he say he would give you the guns? Yuchi old second, tell me, am I right? Yuchi Gong touched his beard and slowly glanced at Nyo Jindar. I seem to have forgotten what it is, but the emperor did talk about it that day in the imperial study. What a joke. The Chang'an barracks was now his and Cheng Yaojin's territory. The reason why they were stationed near Xiao Mountain was that it was convenient. How could he let the meat that was about to enter his mouth slip away? Although they were brothers, there was no room for discussion on this matter. Li Shimin chuckled as he watched the three of them fight. At this time, he was already a little dizzy. If he hadn't gotten some tea leaves from Zhongfeng and drank them desperately, he might have already been drunk by the smoke. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Li Shimin chuckled and waved his hand to stop them. All right. The thing hasn't been produced yet. What are you guys fighting over? How about we talk about it after the blunderbuss are produced? By the way, Old Black, let me ask you something. Have you seen that Prince Junla these days? Seeing that the emperor had suppressed this matter, although everyone felt indignant, they didn't dare to say anything. As Cheng Yaojin smoked, he thought for a while and said, that kid has been strolling outside Xiao Mountain these days. I don't know what he wants to do. Your Majesty, do you want me to send someone to bring him back to Honglu Temple? Besides, he has been in the Tang dynasty for a long time. Should we send him back? No. Li Shimin waved his hand. At this time, Junla's situation is still unclear. If I drive him back now, the cunning King Junla may misunderstand that I won't help them. This is not good for the Tang dynasty. Forget it. It seems that he wants to go to Fengzi's academy. Just turn a blind eye and let him in. As for the rest, let Zhongfeng take care of it. Okay. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he sat back down resentfully. Your Majesty is really in a good mood. At this time, Empress Jiangxuan's somewhat angry voice sounded at the door. As the voice sounded, Xiao Gizi helplessly pushed open the door of the imperial study. As soon as the door was pushed open, Zhongsun and Wugo were instantly choked by the choking smoke and coughed. Li Shimin and others were shocked. Li Shimin waved his hand to signal them to leave and hurried to greet them. Maid Guanyin, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Although it was said to Zhongsun and Wugo, how could Xiao Gizi not know that it was a reproach? He hurried to explain. Zhongsun and Wugo glared at Li Shimin speechlessly and said, if I didn't come, second brother would probably set the entire imperial study on fire. Hearing this, Li Shimin glanced at the smoky imperial study and felt a slight headache. Maid Guanyin, let's talk somewhere else. Xiao Gizi, let's go to the bedroom. While speaking, Li Shimin followed Zhongsun and Wugo. Along the way, Zhongsun and Wugo were very annoyed. It was full of the smell of smoke. Even the eunuchs they met along the way smelled like this. It was not that she hated this smell. It was that the smell of this thing was simply too unpleasant. It was uncomfortable. Your Majesty, this thing smells so bad. Why is it that all I see, smell, and hear along the way is this? What's so good about this thing? Seeing Empress Zhongsun grumble. Only then did Li Shimin realize something. He smiled faintly and said, this thing was made by that brat Zhongfeng. You don't say, this thing is really magical. Before this, I had to take a nap at noon every day, and I would have a headache every night. But now that I have this thing, I feel 100 times more energetic. Chapter 8:14. Zhongsun Wugo rolled her eyes at Li Shimin. I don't think this thing should be made. I don't know what Zhongfeng is doing. In my opinion, this thing is a scourge. Look at you. Do you still look like an emperor? As soon as they entered the bedroom. Only then did Zhongsun Wugo help Li Shimin take off his outer robe as he nagged. Li Shimin laughed and hugged Zhongsun Wugo. Guanyin, you don't know. It's this little thing. You don't know that everyone on Xiao Mountain is smoking it now. There's even a rumor that people who don't smoke aren't men. There's also a ballad that says that a person who doesn't smoke isn't a man. There's also a ballad that says that a cigarette before a meal is a celestial being and a cigarette after a meal is a joyful life. Seeing that Zhongsun Wugo was about to refute, Li Shimin hurriedly said, do you still remember Mr. Boshe and the others? Zhongsun Wugo didn't know what to say. She glared at Li Shimin and leaned into his arms. However, in the next moment, Zhongsun Wugo pushed Li Shimin away in disgust and covered her nose as she retreated. Li Shimin was amused by Zhongsun Wugo's seductive behavior and laughed. He sat on the soft couch and said, "Since Mr. Bo Shi and Dr. Sun came to Xiao Mountain, the pork, which is hated by scholars like them, has become a necessity for their meals. Moreover, in Chang'an City, the restaurant opened by Chengqian and the others is selling pork very well, and the people who eat it the most are those Confucians. Don't you think it's funny?" Zhongsun Wugo saw that Li Shimin had changed the topic, so she couldn't continue to hold on to it. Sitting next to Li Shimin, she asked, "This boy's pork is good. I don't know how he made it. Did he develop it together with Dr. Sun?" This concubine once asked the imperial physicians in the palace, and they said that a lot of Chinese herbs were added to the braised meat. Wrong, this thing was made by Feng Zi. If Dr. Sun could make this thing, he would have done it long ago. Li Shimin smacked his lips. He waved his hand and rushed out, shouting at the door, "Little Gizi, order Imperial Chef Ju to quickly bring the braised meat to Zhen." At the mention of braised meat, Li Shimin felt hungry. He said with some admiration, "Once the pork was sold, the pigs that I was worried about to be harvested to fight against the plague of locusts all became treasures. Not only did I not suffer a loss, but I also earned a lot of money just like this kid said." "Are you talking about the tens of millions of pigs that have troubled you for a long time?" Zhongsun and Wu Go were also surprised. But when he thought about it, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Did this kid just casually deal with the matter that he had mentioned before the locust outbreak? Could it be that this kid knew about the locust plague from the very beginning? Furthermore, he already knew how to make braised meat. Then, second brother, then, the beggar's chicken. At the mention of the beggar's chicken, Li Shimin was even more excited. Wasn't Zhen having a headache about those things before? Now, with this kid doing this, the shortage of food in the military camp mainly depends on selling these chickens and ducks that no one wants in exchange. Zhen just talked about this with Yu Qigong and the others. I didn't expect that they would make a lot of money because of this. Li Shimin praised Zhong Feng from head to toe. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was just looking for an excuse for this cigarette. Although this thing was a bad thing in the eyes of many people, especially women, it seemed that they were not fated with this thing. However, this was all secondary. The most important thing was that Li Shimin also found that this thing was very dependent on it, just like wine. He didn't know whether it was good or bad, but he didn't want to make Empress Zhongsun unhappy because of this thing. That was why he made a big fuss. How could Zhongsun Wugo not know that Li Shimin was beating around the bush? After fiercely glaring at Li Shimin, she said, "Is second brother looking for an excuse for this cigarette? Although this thing is good, this concubine always feels dizzy from smelling it. I hope second brother takes care of your imperial body. Although this thing is good, there is no need to be like today, right? It's better to smoke less. Save it, save it." Hearing this, Li Shimin was very happy. He took out an exquisite jade box from his bosom, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Zhongsun Wugo's face turned completely black. "This concubine is not feeling well and won't accompany your majesty." As she spoke, Zhongsun Wugo pulled Princess Changle and fled from here. Li Shimin stared blankly. Seeing Changle's face full of disdain, he doubtfully asked himself, "Is this thing really so smelly?" On the other side, Cheng Yarojin and company left the imperial study. They did not even sit in the palanquin. Along the way, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the imperial palace. With cigarettes in their mouths, they chatted and laughed as they walked out of the palace, swaggering down the streets of Chang'an. Now that Zhong Feng had gone to Mount Xiao, there was no need for them to disguise themselves. They only wore ordinary clothes and strolled around the streets. "Old Hey, your son's restaurant is up ahead. Aren't you going to invite me to eat a bowl?" When the group passed by Ping'an district in the Eastern Market, Yu Qigong stood motionless. Hearing this, Niu Jindar and Qin Shubao could not help but rub their stomachs. Feigning astonishment, they asked, "Old Hey, when did your son know how to do business and open a restaurant? Come, come, come. Let's go sit." How could Cheng Yarojin say anything? Seeing the restaurant's signboard, he could not move. Seeing this, he waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? Could it be that my family's iron bull is not worthy of opening a restaurant? Come, come, come. If I don't get you bastards drunk today, I, Cheng Yarojin, will write my name backward." Just like that, the few of them walked into the restaurant while shouting loudly. But as soon as they entered, they couldn't help but step back. Then, they rubbed their eyes and stared blankly at the restaurant that was shrouded in smoke and dust. "I say, when did Chang and City have these cigarettes? Old Hay, are you trying to line your own pockets?" Chapter 8:15. What did you say? This is the son-in-law's doing. Zhong Mansion. Zhong Shan looked at the box of cigarettes handed to him by the old Shotsai in surprise. The old Shotsai stroked his beard and sipped his tea leisurely. He smiled and said, "Of course it's him. I don't know what this brat is doing on the mountain. Yu Shanan and the other old guys don't care about him. But this is really good stuff. Fengzi was too busy before and didn't have time. This morning, he just remembered and sent me some to give to you." How could Zhong Feng think of his cheap father-in-law? He really just remembered Chang and university this morning. If Li Chengqian hadn't mentioned it during breakfast, Zhong Feng wouldn't have remembered anything. Now that Li Chengqian mentioned it, he remembered and hurriedly asked the people in Tonghui Fang to make a large batch of cigarettes. He sent a big box of cigarettes to Li Gang and the old Shotsai. While Cheng Chumo was smoking one cigarette after another, Yi Chanxian's eyes lit up. The old Shotsai was so angry that he picked up the broom and chased Cheng Chumo out. Then, the two old men followed Cheng Chumo's example and squatted in the study. After smoking for 2 hours, they realized that the thing that Bosha loved so much was really good stuff. But this time, the old Shotsai was not happy. He looked at the braised meat and beer on the table while smoking. He sighed and said, "Alas, I don't know what this old village chief is doing. If this goes on, Fengzi's ability will be ruined by these scammers." Li Gang waved the white paper in his hand and looked at it. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, "Old man, this thing is really good stuff. Although this brat has a tendency to be a prodigal, you also know that pigs and chickens and ducks are a big burden to the Tang dynasty now. This brat solved this problem in an instant. This can be considered a matter that will be passed down in the Zhong family for hundreds of generations." When he heard the Zhong family, only then did the old Shotsai remember Zhong Feng's father-in-law. He took out a big handful from the basket, and then put down half of it with some heartache. Finally, he thought for a while, and then took out a large bamboo tube and put 2 bamboo tubes in it. Only then did he slowly walk out of the academy while smoking. At this moment, Zhong Shan interrupted the old scholar's imagination and asked curiously, "This thing, you've tried it before?" The old scholar didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a wooden box from his bosom and took out 2 cigarettes, one for each of them. He lit the cigarettes and said, "Yes, I have. And you know Dr. Sun and Mr. Bosha, don't you? The few people on the mountain had all gotten their hands on it, and they loved it so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. Hey, I've also heard that anyone who doesn't smoke on the mountain is treated as a monster. They even say, no cigarettes, no alcohol, no hard work, but as long as there are cigarettes, alcohol, and books are common." What kind of nonsense was that? Was this thing really that good? Zhong Shan could not help but look suspiciously at the smoking device. It was like the incense of his ancestors. It was a little strange. But at this moment, he couldn't say anything. He could only follow the old Shotsai and smoke. But the old Shotsai was more careful and told him over and over again how to smoke without choking his lungs. Slowly, slowly. Zhong Shan was surprised to find that this thing was really good. After all, he was a businessman. What happened to paper had already made his heart ache. And that pork and other things. He secretly cursed Zhong Feng for being a wastrel. But after all, they hadn't really become in-laws, so he could only shake his head and sigh. On the one hand, he thought about the benefits of Zhong Feng's actions. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood because of Zhong Feng. But, now that he met the old Shotsai, Zhong Shan couldn't help but ask with a worried face, "Old Shotsai, I can see that you treat Feng as your own son, right?" Hearing this, The old Shotsai's face became serious. Nonsense. Old man cherishes talent. But as soon as he finished speaking, the old Shotsai shook his head and sighed again. In fact, in his heart, Zhongfeng had long been treated as his own son. But he also knew that with Zhongfeng's temper, he would definitely be unwilling. But he also didn't want to see Zhongfeng's talent go to waste. But since he met Li Yuan and Li Shimin, he realized that he was overthinking. Zhongfeng's achievements would only be an existence that he could only look up to in the future. After Zhongfeng opened White Deer College on the mountain, the old Shotsai buried his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. He believed that with these people around, Zhongfeng would generally be fine. But who would have thought that Feng, this silly boy, would give everything to others? In the future, when he got married and started his own business, what else would he pass on to his descendants? When the old Shotsai thought about this, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes became more obvious. Alas! Old man Zhong, don't make fun of this old man. Right, let's not talk about this anymore. Tomorrow, old man will go up the mountain to ask Fengzi what he's doing. Don't worry, this old man knows that Fengzi has a lot of skills. Don't worry, you can take this first. If there's no more, you can send someone to my academy. Or don't you have people in the market square of Mount Xiao? Let them find the old village chief. Now, Fengzi has given all this to the old village chief. Zhong Shan smacked his lips. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He sighed and said, I'm old. I didn't want to get involved in the affairs of young people. But you know, my daughter seems to have lost her soul after seeing that kid. Go and ask her if there's anything she can do on the mountain. When the time comes, I want to avoid it. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You've been crying all day. I'm sick of it. The old Shotsai laughed and said, Shopkeeper Zhong, you're giving this old man a difficult problem. Are you forcing a marriage? Chapter 8:16. Zhong Shan didn't say anything. He just smiled bitterly. The point is that gossip is a fearful thing. It can be said that the entire Chang'an knows about the matter between Fengzi and my Yu Yao. If others were to gossip about it, then I wouldn't mind. The key is that my wife and my daughter. Fine, fine, fine. You don't have to say anything. I'll go up the mountain tomorrow and ask around for you, okay? The old scholar hurriedly interrupted Zhong Shan. He was also anxious about this matter, but Zhongfeng was not anxious at all. What could he do? He couldn't just kidnap him, could he? But on second thought, the old scholar couldn't help but have an idea. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that Fengzi was always tricked on the mountain. No one would wash his clothes or comb his hair. If someone could take care of him. Hearing this, Zhong Shan's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, Great. In this way, my daughter won't have to sigh at home every day. Besides, if the two of them stay together for too long, won't. While speaking, Zhong Shan put his thumbs together. Then the two of them couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, I'll come again tomorrow. If Miss Zhong can go up the mountain, I won't have to worry so much. Good, good, good. Yu Yao can't wait to go up the mountain. Although she's at home, her thoughts have long flown away. Now, I'll have a good life. Then I won't disturb you anymore. While speaking, the old scholar left with a smile on his face. Zhong Shan rubbed his hands and wandered around the living room for a long time. Then he slapped his thigh and said, Servants. Master. The maidservant waiting outside had already heard their conversation. Moreover, they had kept their voices low. At this time, all the servants outside Zhong Shan's living room heard it. Now that they heard Zhongfeng calling again, all of them unconsciously put their ears around the living room. They already knew about Zhongfeng's matter. At this time, all of them couldn't wait for the master to be happy and send them to work in the mountain. Even if it was to pour night incense, it was a job with status. So at this time, the moment Zhong Shan spoke, everyone instantly tensed up. The cleverest maid rushed in as soon as she heard Zhong Shan's shout. Zhong Shan looked at the door and then looked at the figures on the window paper. How could he not know what these fellows were thinking? She glared at the maidservant and said, Don't just stand there. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go and call Miss and Madam, Master Zhong. Before Zhongshan could summon her, Jingshu's clear voice rang out from outside the door. When Zhongshan heard this, he instantly knew that the news of the old scholar's visit had already reached the ears of the two girls. He could only scold the servant who was eavesdropping on them before allowing them to enter the room. After Mother Zhong entered the living room, Xiao Kui'er closed the door. Zhongshan scanned the crowd, and his gaze finally landed on the half-grown steamed bun who was following Jingshu. He had seen this little girl before. She was as skinny as a match and had a yellowish appearance. However, ever since she started following Jingshu, this little girl really had the makings of a beauty. Zhongshan could not help but sigh. That brat Zhongfeng had taken advantage of him again. You all know that the old scholar came to our mansion today, right? Then I won't say much. This brat has been fooling around on the mountain during this period. His skills have almost been exposed by those guys. Today, the old scholar gave me another gift. Jingshu heard this and said, "Is it a piece of white paper?" "No, you'll know when you see it." Jingshu glanced at the contents of the bamboo tube and sniffed the air. "Is this the cigarette Prince Zhong made?" "Yes." Zhongshan sighed. "If no one cares about this brat's ability will be gone after you two marry into the family." "So, father." Zhong Yuyao blushed. Zhongshan glared at Zhong Yuyao and said, "Don't you like to hear it? You're not married yet. Do you believe that the old man will reject this marriage right now?" When these words came out, Zhong Yuyao's beautiful face turned pale with fright. Mother Zhong saw this and glared at Zhongshan. "You shameless old man, is there anyone who scares their daughter like this? You said that your daughter is your flesh and blood, but I think you're just an ingrate. If you have something to say, just say it. Once this is over, I'll deal with you." Where could they find such a good son-in-law? Even if that brat had lost all his skills, that was still his skills. Just now, this brat had caused enough trouble for them to live freely for the rest of their lives. Moreover, he was now a viscount. Even if he did not do anything for the rest of his life and only ate the imperial rations, he would not be able to finish it even if he had 8 lifetimes. Where could they find such a good son-in-law? They had never seen such a person who drove such a good son-in-law out. If the Zhong family's relatives knew about this, it would be strange if they did not banish Zhongshan from the family tree. Zhongshan was just joking, but when he saw that the tigress was bored, he could not help but turn pale with fright. "Don't, old man is just joking. You too, and Kui pack up your valuables today. Tomorrow morning, follow the old scholar up the mountain." Chapter 8:17. Zhong Yuyao was stunned. Jingshu felt a little lonely, but she quickly covered it up. After all, she only showed her eyes at this time. No one could tell what she was thinking. She had been alone all her life. Since she became close to Zhongfeng, she naturally tied her hair up and lived in Chang'an University, where Zhongfeng lived, and opened a class for girls. At this time, the princesses in the palace, as well as the women of the noble families, were all studying in the female class of Chang'an University. This was all arranged by Zhongfeng. Although she was busy every day, it made her feel very fulfilled. She didn't have to think about how to deal with those bad guys all day. But since she followed Zhongfeng, she was attracted to Zhongfeng. Everything about Zhongfeng was so fatally attractive to her. This was the reason why she had to come to Zhong Mansion every day. Because there was also a woman like her waiting for Zhongfeng's news. Most importantly, many of the servants in Zhong Mansion went to Xiao Mountain to help, and Xiao Mountain was next to Tonghui Lane. If there was any news, they would know it first. Now, she didn't have to worry too much about the female class. 3 female officials from the palace came, and she had nothing to do. At this time, after knowing that Zhong Yuyao went up the mountain, Jingshu obviously felt a little lonely. But how could all this escape Zhongshan's eyes? At this time, the Tang dynasty's custom was polygamy. So when he saw Jingshu, he naturally thought of her as Zhongfeng's woman. If this was in modern times, try it. If I didn't beat you to death, it would be your ancestors' blessings. Zhongshan smiled and lit a cigarette. He looked at Jingshu and said, "Miss Jingshu." "Master Zhong." Jingshu bowed and said in a cultured and elegant manner. Zhongshan smiled and said, "Why don't you follow Yuyao up the mountain? Old man knows that there's nothing for the girls to do now. Besides, That kid is always jumping up and down the mountain like a clay figurine. He doesn't even care about etiquette when there are some important guests on the mountain. My Yu Yao is really not as good as you in this aspect. Old Master Zhong, what are you saying? Prince Zhong is. Don't speak for that brat. We're all men. I know. Zhong Shan was speechless. What kind of bewitching potion did this brat feed them? He hadn't even done anything yet, and all of them were already siding with him. Let's not talk about other things. That guy is wild and has a wide network. It's inevitable that he will meet some women. Since both of you are going to be Feng's wives, I want you to go to the mountain to accompany him this time, so as to avoid the rumors. When the time is right, you will, father. Aren't you ashamed? Zhong Yuyao couldn't listen anymore and blushed. After all, Zhong Yuyao's mother was experienced. She rolled her eyes and understood what Zhong Shan meant. She pointed her finger at Zhong Yuyao's forehead and said, "Good girl, your father is doing this for your own good. That brat is so pretentious. Didn't you hear the servants say that as soon as he went down the mountain, those women would rush to him like flies smelling blood? If you don't keep an eye on him, you too will cry when the time comes. Men should be watched carefully. Do you want to have more than a dozen freeloaders in the family before you get married?" Zhong Shan had a headache. He hurriedly interrupted Zhong Yuyao's mother, who was feeding the two girls poisonous chicken soup, and said, "In fact, it's not that serious. Now that the brat is on the mountain, there is no one to take care of him. You two go up the mountain. One of you is in charge of external affairs and give the brat some ideas. Miss Jingshu should work harder, and you are in charge of internal affairs to help him dress up. Don't be like a bumpkin all day long. Yu Yao, remember this. Men should pay attention to their appearances. You should pay attention to the way he dresses every day. If you clean him up, you will be proud, right?" "But, father." At this moment, Zhong Yuyao's face was as red as a kind of fruit produced in Qinling. "But, how can you go up the mountain like this? After all. Zhong Yuyao's mother stared at the stammering Zhong Yuyao and said, "Wicked girl, if you wait any longer, you want to see other women go up the mountain first, right? Hurry up and keep an eye on that brat. Don't let him attract other women outside." Zhong Shan had no choice but to drive Zhong Yuyao and the others out while Zhong Yuyao's mother was nagging. As soon as the two women went out, they looked at each other and instantly blushed even more. "Sister Jingshu, if we go up the mountain like this, then, what will the people on the mountain think of us? It's really embarrassing. How would Jingshu know?" Now she was excited and looking forward to it, but she was also a little conflicted. She was not like Zhong Yuyao. Zhong Yuyao was the mistress of the house the moment she married into the family. What about her? Zhong Yuyao was officially married, but she was. With a sigh, Jingshu could only hug Zhong Yuyao, who was in a panic, and said, "Good sister, don't worry. Let's go up the mountain tomorrow. Don't you look forward to going up the mountain every day?" "Who said that? Let's go and see what we need to prepare. Didn't you make a set of clothes for Prince Zhong? Don't forget." The two women chatted for a while. Zhong Yuyao was excited again. She counted with her fingers what she needed to bring one by one. But she didn't notice that her personal maid had already taken the steamed buns to Zhong Mansion to show off. Chapter 818. Chang'an City, the residence of the 16th prince. In the Yuqi Mansion. At noon, Yu Qigong was lying on a soft couch. His snoring could be heard from afar. Yu Qigong's wife and family members turned a blind eye to it. It was as if they were already used to it. However, today, many of the Yuqi Manor's servants, officials, family generals and others were staring at the entrance of the manor from time to time. They seemed to be waiting for some big shot. "She's here. Madam, she's here." At this moment, one of the guards rushed into the mansion with a cheer. Madam Yuqi's eyes lit up when she heard that. "Where is she?" As she said that, Madam Yuqi glared at the snoring Yu Qigong. "Go and wake that dead man up. She's already here, and he's still in the mood to sleep." The guard was a little scared when he heard that. Who would dare to go forward when Yu Qigong was sleeping? They would be beaten to death. However, they didn't dare to refuse the woman's order. They could only glare at the new soldier. In the end, The new soldier shrunk his neck and stammered to Yuqigong's side. When they woke Yuqigong up, he fell asleep. When he woke Yuqigong up, Yuqigong wiped the saliva off his face and knocked him out. Dead man, you can really sleep. She's already here, and you're still sleeping? Why don't you sleep like a log? Madame Yuqi glared at Yuqigong. When Yuqigong heard that, he instantly woke up from his dazed state. He waved his hand and had someone drag the new soldier away. He wiped the saliva off his mouth and hurried to the door. Where is she? Where is she? She's at the door. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. As he spoke, Yuqigong led his family to the door. However, when they walked out of the back courtyard, they saw a young woman in a white cloak. She was dressed in the style of a Jiangnan woman and was slowly walking into the mansion. The woman's appearance was similar to Yuqigong's, but she only had eyes and a nose. She had big eyes and a sharp nose, but she wasn't as burly as Yuqigong. Although she was still taller than the guard at the side, one could tell from the ribbon tied around her waist that this woman was truly a peerless beauty. Her red lips were glistening, just like the delicate woman in Jiangnan after the rain, making people feel pity for her. Good girl, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become even more beautiful. Madame Yuqi's eyes narrowed into crescents when she saw this. She grabbed the woman's hand that was as white as snow. Lana greets sister-in-law. It's been so many years since we last met, sister-in-law, and you're still so beautiful. Lana almost thought I was dreaming of the first time I saw sister-in-law 10 years ago. Madame Yuqi was overjoyed when she heard this. Little sister, what are you talking about? We're all one family, so let's not talk about these things. How have you been in Jiangnan these years? Yuqigong had a side relative. After the Tang dynasty was established, Li Yuan dispersed the family power of all the officials in order to disperse the power in the court. As for Yuqigong's side branch, they naturally chose the wealthy Jiangnan generation. After not seeing each other for a few years, if Yuqigong hadn't joked with Zhongfeng about having a girl, he would have forgotten about this cousin. Afterwards, he returned to discuss Zhongfeng's marriage with his wife. The two hit it off and quickly sent a letter to Yuqigong's uncle. This girl was a side branch of Yuqigong's great-grandfather, Yuqimeng. She was also the only daughter of Yuqigong's paternal uncle, Yuqimeng. These years, their development in Jiangnan could be considered quite effective, even more so than Yuqigong's branch. However, although their lives were good, they were unable to enter the world. Last year, Yuqigong had received a letter from his paternal uncle, Yuqimeng, who wanted to find a marriage for Yuqimeng's only daughter. Thinking about it this way, Yuqigong couldn't help but feel that Zhongfeng was full of merits. Although he had an engagement, as a man, which man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Moreover, this kid had saved the emperor's favor and called him brother. In the future, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to the heavens. This was a small matter. His Yuqi clan would also be able to benefit from this. Who told him to have many sons, but most of them were disappointing. Although he rarely interacted with Yuqimeng, he didn't know if this cousin of his was still as thin as a stick of firewood after not seeing her for a few years. But seeing her today, Yuqigong almost cried out in surprise. He had seen at least 800 if not 1,000 women. Among them, he had seen blonde-haired and blue-eyed Hu people, as well as those smelly extraterrestrials. But seeing her now, Yuqigong's heart instantly blossomed. This was great. When Yuqi-lan arrived, it would be strange if that kid didn't fall under her pomegranate skirt. Yuqi-lan wasn't as cold and aloof as Jingshu, nor was she like Zhong Yuyao, a pretty girl from a humble family. Instead, she had the fatal charm of a Hu person. She was charming and had a graceful and noble temperament. No one could compare to her in this aspect. While Yuqigong was stroking his beard and smiling foolishly, the group had already entered the drawing room. Only then did Yuqi-lan bow slightly. Lana greets cousin. It's been many years, but cousin is still so valiant. Chapter 8:19. Ha ha ha, my good sister, you are the one who gave me a big surprise. Come, 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 sit, sit, sit. Yuqi-lan blinked her eyes, smiled, and nodded her head gently. After everyone had taken their seats, Gong waved his hand and said, "Servants, is the banquet ready?" "Master, it's ready." Hearing that, Gong stood up and said, "Sister Lan you must be tired from the journey. Let's go, I have prepared a welcome banquet for you. Shall we talk while we eat?" In fact, Lan had known that they were coming to Chang'an. Although Lan didn't care about it. She had her own dream. But when she heard that it was Zhongfeng, Lan couldn't sit still. Zhongfeng's general toast had caused a sensation among the scholars and beauties in Jiangnan. All the girls were obsessed with Zhongfeng's poems. As long as one of Zhongfeng's poems was spread to Jiangnan, it would cause a great fight. Lan wasn't that crazy, but she had already given her heart to him. After knowing that they were coming to Chang'an from her father, Lan couldn't care less. After knowing that Zhongfeng was engaged to the first beauty in Chang'an, Miss Jingshu, how could she stay calm? The three of them sat down. Lan asked, "Madam, why didn't I see my nephews? They went to the mountain a long time ago." Although she had guessed it, Lan was still shocked. "I heard that the crown prince and the others, Before Lan could finish, Gong stopped talking. "There are some things that you just need to know. Also, did your father tell you about what happened here?" Lan didn't know that Gong would be so serious about this. She nodded and said with a serious face, "I know." "That's good. Come, let's eat. You haven't eaten these things before, right? They are all good." As he spoke, Gong pointed at the braised meat on the table, the beggar's chicken, and all the dishes Zhongfeng had made. Only then did Lan lower her head to look. A few moments later, Lan covered her mouth and chuckled, "Cousin, did you forget something? Yesterday's drumming in Chang'an was heard in Jiangnan during the lantern season." Gong heard this. Although he knew nothing about these things, he could still understand the meaning behind it. It seemed that the table of delicacies that he had carefully prepared had already been eaten. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I didn't expect this. I thought I could give you a surprise." "Forget it, when you go up the mountain, that kid knows a lot of things. I'll ask him to cook for you, cousin." Lan covered her mouth and giggled. When Madame Yuchi saw that the topic had been led to this point, she waved her hand and said, "Someone, go and bring the jug of wine that master hid." "Woman, you were the one who hid it, okay? I was wondering where my jug of wine had gone. If I don't hide, how are you going to entertain Lan today? Come, Lan let's eat." "Ignore him." Madame Yuchi poured wine for Lan and asked, "Lan if sister-in-law remembers correctly, you're already 18 years old this year, right?" This was the first time Lan had seen this kind of wine that was as clear as water, yet fragrant and sweet. She was a little surprised, but when she heard Madame Yuchi's question, she smiled faintly and said, "Madame Yuchi really has a good memory." When Madame Yuchi heard this, she smiled and glanced at Lan's chest that was twice as big as a normal person's. She nodded in satisfaction. Come, let's drink. This is something that only our residence has for now. It's hard to say whether the other public houses and the imperial palace have it or not. You don't know, but this wine was also made by that kid Zhongfeng. But, didn't you say that the beer was made by him? This. Sigh. How long ago was that? When we go up the mountain tomorrow, I'll teach you a good lesson about that silly kid Zhongfeng. Come, let's eat first. We'll talk after dinner. That kid knows things that you can't even imagine. This time, I'll tell you this much, but there's one thing that depends on you. Although that kid is only a viscount now, he's still the chancellor of White Deer College. But I can guarantee with my head that the number of ladies who have their eyes on that kid can line up from here all the way to Mount Xiao. Lan still believed in this point. However, at this moment, she had a better understanding of Zhongfeng's talent and knowledge. She couldn't help but be more eager to see what kind of person Zhongfeng was. Report. At this moment, someone rushed into the living room and whispered something in Gong's ear. Gong's expression changed abruptly. Oh no. Hearing this, Lan and Madame Yuchi turned pale with fright. What's the matter? What happened? After Gong waved his hand to dismiss the person who came, he said in a serious tone, Do you still remember that kid's confidant? And his fiancée? Now, these two girls have become sisters. Tomorrow, the old scholar from Chang'an University actually asked them to go up the mountain to take care of Zhongfeng's daily life. Madame Yuqi became anxious when she heard this. She grabbed Yuqi Lan hand and said, "Come, let's go up the mountain now." Chapter 820. Shiva was miserable. He walked around the foot of Xiao Mountain for a long time but still didn't get permission to go up the mountain. However, Shiva didn't get tired of it. He would wait here for a long time every day. When he was hungry, he would ask the passers-by to buy some food for him. When he was sleepy, he built a straw shed on the spot and asked someone to buy some things for him to stay in. Although it was a little bitter, seeing the endless stream of people going up the mountain every day and listening to them talk about the rumors on the mountain made him very happy. Shiva was even more eager to go up the mountain. The fatal attraction of Zhongfeng made Shiva forget his identity as Prince Junla. Before, he thought that Prince Junla was a high and mighty existence. However, after meeting Zhongfeng, he suddenly felt that Prince Junla was nothing. Even his father, the emperor, couldn't be compared to him. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words in front of others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his legs when he went back. However, he didn't care anymore. As long as he could go up the mountain, he wouldn't go back to Junla. Go back to your second uncle. He wouldn't go back. It was because Zhongfeng had come up with another good thing after the white paper and the braised beggar's chicken. After spending a lot of money to get a cigarette from old he, Shiva was completely lost. At this time, after waiting for the people in line to enter the market to go in, Shiva tidied up his clothes and even clutched the gold leaf that he had prepared. He planned to bribe the guards to let him go up the mountain. "Oh, isn't this the little prince of Junla? Why do you want to try again today? Ha ha ha." Amidst the guards joking, Shiva used the unfamiliar Han etiquette to salute and say, "Officers, this one is truly an old acquaintance of Principal Zhong. I'll have to trouble you to pass on the message. Can this be considered as a gift for the officers?" The guard glanced at the bulging money bag in Shiva's hand before withdrawing his eyes. He then looked at Shiva and said with a smile on his face, "You don't look like a troublemaker. Since you're so sincere and have become familiar with us these days, I'll let you in. However, if you dare to make trouble on the mountain and make things difficult for us, I'll break your legs even if you're King La, not to mention your Prince La." Shiva looked at the guards as if he was dreaming. It had been 7 days. They all said the same thing. However, these people refused to let him in. They said that this was the secret place of the Tang dynasty and that non-Han people were not allowed to enter. However, a few days ago, he saw a group of people from the western region enter with his own eyes. Although those people were handcuffed and shackled, they all went in except for him. He even brought the clearance documents and even had people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Personnel to verify the clearance. However, he still couldn't go in. But now, he could go in. Shiva couldn't help but be overjoyed. He stuffed the money bag in his hand to the guard. However, the guard glared at him and waved the modao in his hand. "What are you doing? What do you think we Tangs are? Keep your money bag. If you go up the mountain and the dean really takes you in, you should keep this bag of money. It might not be enough to cover your expenses." Shiva didn't understand what he meant. However, he still thanked him and entered Xiao Mountain. He was neither a businessman nor a student, so naturally, he couldn't enter. However, he had long been looking forward to the market at the foot of Xiao Mountain. In Chang'an, he had already seen through the pressure of the two big markets. On the other hand, although this was a mountain, there were more people and businessmen at the foot of the mountain than in Chang'an City. How could he not be excited? The guards were stationed at the entrance of Xiao Mountain. If one wanted to go up Xiao Mountain, they had to walk on this mountain path that was only 3 feet wide. On both sides of the mountain path, there were straight cliffs like door gods. After walking for about a mile, Shiva's eyes suddenly opened up. Waves of noise continuously entered Shiva's ears. Fresh fruits. The beer just arrived. Brother, do you want to try it? This is brewed by our dean himself. It only costs 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin. The fragrant glutinous rice wine, the dean's favorite glutinous rice wine. Come, Come, all of you come and try it. It's free if it doesn't taste good. Shiva looked around as he walked. It was as strange as a wild child in the mountains entering the city. The market was very big. On both sides of a mountain path with no end in sight, there were houses built with red bricks that Shiva had never seen before. There were also some houses built with wood and bamboo. The ground was made with an unknown material that was as hard as stone. There were also smooth stones of different colors inlaid on the ground. It looked very beautiful. On this road, although there were many peddlers, no one dared to spit or throw away rubbish. Even if there were a few leaves, someone would take the initiative to pick them up. This made Shiva even more curious. Most importantly, everyone here had a cigarette in their hands. They held it in their mouths and walked with their heads held high. Those who didn't have cigarettes lowered their heads and hurried past. This made Shiva even more curious. He pulled over a Hu merchant and curiously asked, "Brother, why do these people all have cigarettes in their mouths? Why do those who don't have cigarettes have their heads lowered?" The barbarian merchant first looked at the man who was dressed similarly to him as if he was a monster. After a while, he said strangely, "Kid, give me a cigarette. Let me tell you, where does Shiva have a cigarette?" He hurriedly took out a golden leaf from his money pouch. The barbarian merchant looked around like a thief before putting the leaf into his sleeve as if nothing had happened. "Kid, on Xiao Mountain, if you don't smoke, you're not a man. Do you understand? Those who don't have cigarettes don't deserve to stay on Xiao Mountain. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. There's a shop in front of the food factory that specializes in selling cigarettes. Go buy a box. Otherwise, if you stay too long, you'll drown in the spit." Chapter 8:21. There's such a rule. Shiva was shocked and quickly asked again, "Brother, who set this rule? When I met the dean, he didn't seem like such a person." When the barbarian heard that this dumb kid knew Zhongfeng, he couldn't help but be shocked. After looking Shiva up and down, he said in disbelief, "You know the dean?" "We all know the dean. A few days ago, Laro Tzu and I even talked to the dean." "So what?" "This rule wasn't set by the dean. It was set by everyone here. Also, don't ever throw trash on the ground. If someone sees it." Shiva hurriedly asked, "What will happen?" "Hee." The barbarian laughed evilly. "You'll have to use your tongue to lick the entire floor before you stop." Shiva was shocked. "What kind of rule is this? This isn't a rule." The barbarian pointed at the ground and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the cement that the dean spent a lot of effort to create. It's also called concrete. It's for the convenience of us. They didn't even have it on the mountain, but they made it for us first. What is this? If we don't follow the rules, not to mention the people on the mountain, even the merchants here will beat those who don't follow the rules to death." Shiva was completely shocked. He had seen Zhongfeng's charm. But what was this? Zhongfeng didn't say a word. These people were so crazy to follow the rules and even set their own rules to restrict them. No wonder the people here were like this. This was the kind of bearing a man should have. Shiva's eyes shone with a fiery light. After thanking the Hu merchant, he trembled as he walked towards the entrance of the sect. The barbarian smacked his lips and glanced at Shiva. He touched the golden leaf in his embroidered robe and laughed. "Another dumb rich man. Do you think it's so easy to climb this mountain?" The people in the market were very law-abiding. In the past, they still needed people to maintain law and order. However, since Zhongfeng built 2 commercial streets for the people here, the people who used to maintain law and order here had long disappeared. Don't ask why. Where was this place? This is a mountain. Who dared to disobey the rules here? How could this place tolerate him? The only reason he didn't kill him was because of the dean's magnanimity. After bidding farewell to the barbarian merchant, Shiva wandered around the market. He first went to the entrance of the food factory and spent 10 copper coins to buy 10 cigarettes. Only then did he have an idea of what to do. Looking at the winding cement road that led to the top of the mountain, as well as the 30 feet wide mountain gate that was built between the food factory and another mountain valley, he couldn't help but feel even more shocked. The mountain gate was very casual. Two huge rocks that were about 5 jong tall had been peeled off from the mountain and leaned against each other. They were then reinforced with bricks and cement to make the mountain gate. Above the mountain gate, there were 2 huge rocks. On one side of the mountain gate, there were the words frowning coldly facing thousands of fingers on the other side. On the other side, there was the words bowing head willing to serve children. And at the place where the 2 huge rocks intersected, there was a lifelike stone carving of a white deer. Below the carving were the words White Deer College. The mountain gate looked as if it had been formed naturally. The moment one saw the mountain gate, they could feel its extraordinariness and loftiness. There was a long queue at the gate that had been waiting for a long time. There was a small house at the mountain gate with a sign written on a piece of white paper that said White Deer College. In the surroundings of this house, there was a group of burly men or men with incomplete bodies. Their eagle-like eyes scanned the bodies of these people back and forth. All of you who are lining up to go up the mountain, listen up. Those who are carrying sharp weapons, those who have bad intentions, and those who can't find out where you live, get lost immediately. If I find out that you're acting strangely, I'll treat you to a cup of tea in the barracks next door. The group of youths who were about to go up the mountain trembled all over when they heard this. Go to the military camp for tea? Who would dare to go? Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to return alive. Shiver kept nodding his head as he watched and listened. After 2 hours, it was finally Shiver's turn. Shiver hurriedly handed over the token. Shiver. Are you for real? Not a Han? The man who was missing an ear and had a scar on his face glanced at Shiver's token and a cold look flashed across his face. Kid, scram immediately for Laro Tsu. How dare you go up the mountain as an outsider? If you dare to pester me again, I'll chop you up. Didn't you see that it's clearly written here? Other than Han people, no one is allowed to go up the mountain. Shiver's expression changed when he heard this. At this moment, the guard who had asked Shiver to go up the mountain had unknowingly appeared behind Shiver. He patted Shiver's shoulder and said, Old son, this is the order of the higher-ups. Let him in. The higher-ups. These people all belonged to Nyo Jindar, and only Nyo Jindar dared to order an alien to come up the mountain. The scar-faced man couldn't help but put his fingerprint on Shiver's letter of introduction and threw it to Shiver. Next, Shiver thanked the guard profusely before he happily went up the mountain gate. Standing at the mountain gate, Shiver raised his head and looked at the faintly discernible buildings that were under construction. His heartbeat quickened. White Deer College, I, Shiver, am here. Chapter 822. Zhong Feng was too lazy to be idle these 2 days. He spent the whole day in the forging workshop, tinkering with something. This made Cheng Chumo and the others arrogant. Especially since Cheng Chumo got Zhong Feng's sunglasses, he had a cigarette in his mouth all day and returned to the appearance of the 4 great devils in Chang'an. Sitting on a sliding pole, he patrolled the construction site. At this time, Cheng Chumo just finished patrolling the construction site and sat down on the recliner. Instantly, the recliner made an unpleasant groan. It seemed that the recliner would fall apart in the next moment. Li Chengqian, who was reading a new textbook, was shocked. Tainyo, get up. If you break this thing, Fengzi will kill you when he comes back. And the thing on your eyes, give it to me. The first sentence. Li Chengqian was still talking about business. But after hearing the last sentence, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but put his sunglasses back into his pocket. No. No matter what you say, I won't give it to you. Seeing this, Li Chengqian looked around and glared. I asked you to give it to me. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo reluctantly handed the sunglasses to Li Chengqian and muttered, You only know how to use your identity to oppress people. What's wrong with me oppressing you? You don't agree? I agree, I agree. Cheng Chumo hurriedly begged for mercy. This pair of sunglasses was made by Zhong Feng when he was at the foot of the mountain. But ever since he went up the mountain, he didn't know if Zhong Feng had forgotten about it or not, but he hadn't used it. Cheng Chumo had a bad idea. All of them knew about this. But Zhong Feng was always there, so they couldn't fight for it. They could only stare at Cheng Chumo with jealousy. Tainyo, don't do this all day. If my father goes up the mountain and you meet him, you can wait to go home and lie down for a month. Li Chengqian warned Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly got up and asked, Master Li, have you been up the mountain? No, but it should be here soon. This thing should be used by Master Li and old Master Li now, so you better take it easy on us. Otherwise, we'll beat you to death when the time comes and you're implicated by us. While smoking, Zhongsun Chong shook his legs and said. At this moment, Cheng Chumo heaved a deep sigh of relief. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, I thought they would come. It's good that they didn't come. Anyway, Sunglasses is now in Li Gan's hands. He'll be the one getting beaten up first. Sunglasses. At this moment, Zhong Feng and Jiao Khan entered the living room. Before they entered the door, they heard the Sunglasses and couldn't help but ask in surprise. But in the next moment, when he saw what was in Li Gan's eyes, Zhong Feng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Li Gan. Well, Li Gan, when did you learn to steal things? Li Chengqian didn't know that Zhong Feng had returned at this time. He hurriedly took off his sunglasses and pointed at Cheng Chumo. It's him. I was just about to come over. This guy stole it. Zhong Feng heard this and looked at everyone. At this time, Wei Shuyu, Niu Jinda's son, Niu Jianhu, and the others pointed at Cheng Chumo. Even the Yuchi brothers who had always been on his side betrayed Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Fengzi, listen to me. This matter is really not what you think. Let me ask you. I heard that someone has been sitting on a pole all day these 2 days, wearing sunglasses and patrolling the construction site. Don't tell me it's you. Zhong Feng stared at Cheng Chumo and asked. Cheng Chumo's expression froze. Which bastard is it that's barking everywhere? Cheng Chumo's eyes flickered as he defended himself. Fengzi, don't believe in rumors. These are all rumors. Lao Tzu, no, when did I do this? Zhong Feng rolled his eyes. Don't try to quibble. This is what Mr. Bosha said. Is there anything wrong with that? Although Mr. Bosha didn't name anyone, it's undoubtedly you. Cheng Chumo still wanted to quibble, but Zhong Feng had already said it. What else could he say? Go and beat up Mr. Bosha? He really dared to. Even before his fist landed, his father would dare to chop him up with a knife. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but cower. Zhong Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch someone. This kind of atmosphere couldn't be encouraged. Otherwise, when everyone followed the trend, what would happen on the mountain? That's enough. From now on, no palanquins are allowed on the mountain. Unless you're too sick to walk, or you're as old as Mr. Bosha, no one is allowed to sit on it. I'll leave this matter to Li Gan. If anyone dares to sit on it, he'll be sent down the mountain to slaughter pigs. Cheng Chumo knew that Zhong Feng didn't say anything and instantly beamed with joy. However, Zhong Feng's next sentence made him fall to the bottom of the valley. It seems like you've been too strong recently. All right, I've already arranged for someone to inform old Niu. Tomorrow, you'll go to the military camp at the foot of the mountain. I heard that General Cheng Yarojin is doing some military training I mentioned before. You'll go and train for a month, or you can go home directly. Cheng Chumo's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He had been to his father's military camp. Zhong Feng had created those perverted toys that tortured the experts to the point of wanting to die. It was known as the torture in the military camp that was more painful than being in the water prison. How could he go? Wasn't this asking him to go? Cheng Chumo couldn't help but grab Zhong Feng and burst into tears. Fengzi, we're brothers. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?